Well, hey, what is up, everybody? We are here at the Texas Star Party. Even though it's virtual, y'all all know why it's virtual, right? I think most of us can figure out why we're doing this instead of meeting out in the dark skies of West Texas. But alas, here we are. My name is Will. You can find me down below here at Deep Sky Dude on all those social media platforms that they have these days. And check us out there. You can also see my friend, Mr. Joe Califf. He's right here. And you can find him at the Astro Joe. Joe, man, we're going to have some fun tonight. We got a lot of cool stuff coming up, man.
Yeah, we sure do, man. I was looking around earlier because this looks nothing like the Prude Ranch in West Texas, right? But we are going to do the next best thing to actually being there. And we've got 3 awesome nights planned with some great speakers, some fun trivia, all kinds of cool things to hopefully bring as much of the TSP experience to everybody as we can. So I'm looking forward to it, Will.
Yeah, this is going to be fun, man. We've got trivia. We've got T-shirt giveaways. If y'all want one of these awesome T-shirts, we're going to give one away in just a few minutes. And
Yeah.
like everybody who's here that's commenting, you're going to be eligible to win. So get your fingers ready.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you how just yet, but we're going to get to that in a second. One thing I do want to mention, though, for those of y'all that might not know what the Texas Star Party is, it's a star party out in West Texas where the skies are very, very dark, and us amateur astronomer peoples can bring our telescopes out there and view objects that are way, way, way far away, right? It's dark sky fun. And of course, the last 2 years have been canceled due to COVID, which is an unfortunate thing. But we can announce this, I think, Joe, right? We have the Texas Star Party date for 2022.
2022. The cat is out of the bag, everybody. Go ahead, Will. I'm really excited about this, but we've got dates for the TSP in 2022.
We do. April 24th through May 1st, which is it's going to be a good one. You know, those nights can get a little chilly in the mountains of West Texas at 2 a.m. You know, it gets a little chilly out there sometimes, depending on on the conditions.
But one of the beautiful things about the TSP Star Party is we've got a snack bar. So at 2 a.m. when you're chilly, there's nothing better than walking down to the snack bar, getting you a Frito pie. And if you're not from Texas, you haven't had a Frito pie. Those things are absolutely delicious and the right thing that you need at 2 o'clock in the morning.
No, that's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. We got so many people from all over the world watching tonight with us. I mean, we've got comments coming in from southeastern Idaho. What's up, Steven? We've got Mr. Carl Baltz himself. There
Carl.
And he's from Bay City, Texas. Nobody knows where that is, though. Nobody knows where that is. We've got people from all over here, Nova Scotia, Canada, and Boston. I mean, and so we're going to be highlighting your guys' comments as we're going through tonight and hanging out with y'all. And so, you know, I feel like we maybe should introduce some of our sponsors and stuff. Of course, we're here on Sky and Telescope. We're on Explore Scientific. We're on my platform. We're on Joe's platform, Houston Astronomical Society. So many platforms we're broadcasting right now. And so we're just excited to be here. We've got so much stuff, guys. So I guess we'll get to our first little spot here from Scott and the team over at Explore Scientific.
Yeah, Scott and Kent, they were gracious enough to put something together for everybody to welcome you all to the Texas Star Party. Like we said, for those who've never been there before, you're here now. So this is technically, I guess, your first Texas Star Party. And the folks over at Explore Scientific, who are great sponsors of this event, wanted to say a little hi. So let's get that going.
Hey everybody, Scott Roberts and Kent Martz here from Explore Scientific, and we're at the world-famous Texas Star Party. When are the dates again?
The dates are June 10, 11, and 12 in the evenings.
And you know, the Texas Star Party is one of the world's greatest star parties. Super dark skies out there in West Texas near Fort Davis. This is a star party that a lot of us love to get to for deep sky observers, astrophotographers. It's beautiful and a really friendly staff. We think you'll love it. The main thing about the Texas Star Party is that you know, the camaraderie. You've been to the Texas Star Party.
I haven't been to the Texas Star Party. I've been to McDonald Observatory in Fort Davis, but I've never been out there.
Right.
But folks, it's dark out there. If you ever get a chance, you need to make the trip.
That's right. Yep. We'll see you there. We're here for the virtual event, and we'll be showing you lots of stuff. Stay tuned.
such a cool little video that Scott and the team made over there. Thanks, Scott and Kent, for that. That was so cool. It just gets us in the vibe of it, right?
I'm jealous. Where do I get a hat like that? I guess we've got to talk to those guys and see if we can get some Explore Scientific branded hats for us, right?
maybe there's maybe that's in the cards for us. Maybe one of you viewers can let us know or something. I don't know.
Absolutely. But yeah, Scott and team there have been absolutely fantastic. We appreciate everything they've done to help us put this together. And speaking of schedule, Will, what's on the schedule for tonight?
Well, we have a fine evening of lots of astronomy goodness, actually. And one of the main things about Texas Star Party, the thing that I always look forward to is one of the main talks for me is Larry Mitchell's.
Yes.
So we've got Larry Mitchell, the man himself, recorded a talk for us, and we're going to be playing that. We've got the awesome team at the FBAC, which is the Fort Bend Astronomy Club.
Astronomy Club, yes.
And they run the George Observatory out in just south of Houston. They're a wonderful team, highly knowledgeable. They high emphasis on outreach and things like that. So we're going to have them join us as well. And again, we've got T-shirts to give away. We've got trivia, door prize giveaways. Guys, there's so much stuff to give away and to hang out. So you don't want to miss a second of it. Basically, I guess we're going to, lead into the next thing, which is, where is the Texas Star Party, right? We talked about West Texas. What's down there in West Texas, maybe around that Bend area, Joe? What is that?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm sure given the size of Texas, it's huge. I mean, just a Big Bend. Yeah, actually, it is Big Bend. Yeah. And, people always say, what is it about West Texas and Big Bend specifically that's so magical about, observing and all these other things. And I say, if you're going there just for the night skies, that's half the party, right? There's so much more that you can do out there. And it's really a magical place, an area that, like we said, gives you some of the darkest night skies that you could find in the continental U.S., but at the same time, there's just a ton of things to do during the day. So we really wanted to kind of let people know where we go and then focus in on, the Prude Ranch itself. So we figured we'd share with everybody a little bit of the goodness of Big Bend if you've never been there before. There's an old adage by William Blakely that says, Texas is neither southern nor western. Texas is Texas. And for anyone who's been to the Lone Star State, they know that the different parts of Texas are just as varied from one another as we are from our neighbors across our borders. Whether you're deep in the thicket of the piney woods, in the lush marshes of the Gulf Coast, in the plains of the Panhandle, or on the limestone cliffs and caverns that can be found in the hill country, Texas landscape is more varied than those of many countries. But no region seems to capture the true essence of what Texas is more than Big Bend. Though people may think of West Texas as a desolate place, it's a destination that folks come from around the world to visit. Big Bend National Park saw almost 500,000 visitors in 2019 alone, with people coming in from all corners of the world to take part in world-class hiking, biking, water activities, or to take in the natural beauty that is like no other place in the world. Big Bend also boasts some of the best dining destinations and international festivals anywhere around. But for astronomers, the Big Bend region is unique and unlike any other in the United States. When the sun goes down, this landscape is transformed into something that cannot be described until you've looked up into the Big Bend night sky and gotten lost in the heavens above. Very few places boast skies as dark as they are here, and on a cloudless, moonless night, the Milky Way can shine bright and stretch from horizon to horizon. And as the song Deep in the Heart of Texas goes, the stars at night are big and bright, and nowhere is that more true than here. For those looking to peer through their telescopes in order to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, Big Bend is more than just an international destination, but rather it's our gateway to the universe.
That was awesome, Joe. You did a great job on that piece, man.
Appreciate that, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you and I have been there. I know several people watching have been. Until you've actually stepped foot in the Big Bend region, it's really hard to describe just how magical the place is. And if you're on your first trip to the Texas Star Party and you're driving through those desert roads and the mountains to get there, you realize it's a special place. And TSP time is a special time.
It is. And you know what? Since you said that, Joe, let's get on TSP time. Let's do this.
Yeah.
I guess now we really are on TSP time, right, Joe? I feel
well, hey, the Star Party has officially started, right? So everybody's queued up, gone through registration, and the Star Party is on. So it's an awesome feeling when you're waiting for that registration gate to open, drive through the gates there, and get set up on the field. You know that you're on TSP time. So yeah, awesome. Good job with that video, Will. That was fantastic.
Thank you, brother. I wanted to convey, that's the whole thing about this thing is Joe and I and Don, our friend Don Sully, who's in the background. You can't see him. He's back there. I promise y'all. But we all got together and we just wanted to convey our love of this Star Party to you guys and gals out there who may have not have been, or maybe you have been and you haven't been in a while, or you went the last few years and you were sad about the cancellations. But we've got a lot of cool stuff coming up, so we don't need to talk about how much we love TSP just yet. We've got all night to do that. But we're going to first, I think what we should do now, Joe, is probably show people the trivia stuff that you've gotten together for us, that you and Don have curated in the background. We've got a test trivia question so that we can get everybody kind of in the same place, right?
That's right. We want to get, and I'm trying to get my best Bob Barker voice going, but I can't quite get it, right? Get your animals spayed and neutered. But one of the things that we really wanted to do with the Star Party is get everybody involved. And one of the ways that we thought we would do that is to have trivia quizzes. It gives you an opportunity to participate regardless of where you are in the world. All you need is a phone or some other device in which you can participate. And it's a lot of fun. So, Will, we're going to have our first practice quiz. Okay.
I'm ready.
This doesn't count for anything. This is purely just for practice, so people get used to how we do these quizzes here, and we want everybody to follow along. However, there are a couple of rules that we want everybody to kind of follow along with, right? So here are the rules. When you go to the link up at the top, menti.com, and use that code, it's going to prompt you to log in. Please log in with your real name because it'll give you just a random name like Metal or Giraffe or something like that. And look, I'm sorry, if Giraffe ends up winning this thing, we don't know who Giraffe is. Right? And for the real Giraffe out there, I apologize if you do win. So
yeah.
But yeah, please use your real name. Don't use a nickname. That way we can find you and get you the prizes that you've earned. For every question that pops up, you've got 15 seconds to answer the questions, okay? So during that time, they're all multiple choice questions. Select the right question and you're good, okay? You do get points for answering the right question. You get no points for getting it incorrect. However, there's a time thing to this too, right? So the faster that you answer these questions, the more points you'll actually get. So this makes it really close. And I've seen people kind of come from behind a lot of times at the end of these things to actually overtake the leader. So don't give up if you think you're behind there. So faster correct answers get you more points. If you miss a question, you don't get any points there. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So if you've got a smartphone or anything else like that, get your phone ready, go to menti.com, type in that code 3906-0165, or you can scan that QR code there down below, and that'll take you there as well. And when you scan it, you'll see the QR code, meaning that you're ready. So we're going to give everybody a second or two to go ahead and get that done. We see people are jumping in right now.
Yeah, we got all over the world watching with us tonight, Joe. We got Guatemala.
Yeah, look at that.
Tourists in the house, all the way from Arcturus.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Arcturus, and look at all
Arcturus. That's it. So we just follow the handle of the
all the way
there,
and then spike to Spica. You know what I mean?
All right, guys. So we're letting a few more folks come in here, and this is why you want to have your phones ready to go once we get to the actual quiz later on today. So we're again, this is just for practice, so you get used to it. And I see an alien in there and everything else. So we are going to start the quiz now.
That's our
okay. Remember, answer fast to get more points. All right. Easy question. What state is the Texas Star Party held in?
This is a hard one for me. I can't figure it out.
Hawaii. Yeah. So go ahead and answer there. You got 5 seconds left to answer this question.
You can tell what animal Joe goes to see at the zoo.
There we go. There we go. 26. Oh, we had one Hawaii. Come on. I'm sure a Hawaii Star Party would be great, but not as fantastic as Texas Star Party. Absolutely. So yes, the correct answer is Texas. Texas Star Party is held in Texas. Again, this is just to give you guys a chance to play around with the system and get used to it. All right, next question. Here we go. Before we get to the next question, we're going to see who answered it quickest.
Chris Ober coming in there.
No, Kelly Miller and Chris N were the fastest. Came in just a hair faster than a few other folks. Okay. So they answered it around the same time. Okay.
Kelly Miller, a longtime TSP person.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Right. Question number 2. Here we go. Again, answer faster to get more points. Who is the Hubble Space Telescope named after?
The questions will get harder, we promise.
Yes, we promise. Who is the Hubble Space Telescope named after? Neil Armstrong, Albert Einstein, Kim Kardashian, or Edwin Hubble?
I think it's that one. The other one you mentioned.
I think it might be. Excellent.
Okay. We got everybody on.
Everybody got this one right. Okay. So that's absolutely correct. Edwin Hubble is who it's named after. And we're going to take a look at our leaderboard. We tabulate the results after this. We have our friends from Ernst & Young. No, I'm just joking. This is all done automatically. Debbie Moran, our good friend Debbie Moran, came in from the end there and answered so much more faster, I guess, with that second question, and was able to overtake everybody. So, guys, I think this is going to be a fun time. When we get to the actual quiz and the trivia giveaway at the end, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to actually have 10 questions. And let me get back here and stop this here.
10 questions, lots of opportunity to get more points, get in there and, change the leaderboard. Like Joe said, things can change from question to question, and our friend Don Sully got us some pretty good questions. I was able to preview some of them. And I'm not going to play. I wanted to win. I'm going to try not to. So.
Yeah, no, we have to kind of hold back from actually doing that ourselves. So that's just, again, a glimpse of what the quiz is going to be like. So hopefully everybody who participated saw what it was like and is ready for the actual thing when we get going. So that should be fun. And Will, I figured, we got a good group of folks here. Do you want to flash a few comments on the screen to see who else might be joining us?
Well, we got people from all over. This is pretty crazy. Wisconsin. I saw, Canada, all over the place. Richmond, Texas, lots of us in Texas here, really want to be at the Texas Star Party. And this is the next big thing, hopefully. We know the virtual thing is it's been going on for a long time now. And hopefully, as things wind down, we will return once again. And we will in 2022. I will see all y'all there for sure.
Absolutely. I can't wait for it. So, as you mentioned, Will, we unfortunately can't be there right now, but we also like other star parties. Other star parties are cool. They're not quite Texas Star Party, but we like a lot of them. So we wanted to kind of just share this with everybody who's watching And look, if we can't quite scratch that TSP itch that you have right now, there may be some other upcoming star parties you may want to attend. And these are some that we've been to, others that, the folks who've helped plan this thing have been to as well. We just wanted to kind of share these things. The Nebraska Star Party. Will, have you ever been?
I've not, and I really, really want to go. I've heard this is one of the best star parties in America, and never been. I do want to go, though.
I have too. I've heard the skies there are incredibly dark, and sounds like it's a good time. So that's going to be happening August 1st through the 6th of this year. If you have any questions, go to nebraskastarparty.org and visit that website. Next one's the Oregon Star Party. I haven't been to this one myself either, but I know people who have.
Yeah, good friend of Ed, the guy who built Elvira, the most insane scope ever built by the hands of man. He goes to Oregon Star Party a lot. Absolutely.
Hey, Eddie. I saw Eddie pop in there.
Eddie
August 3rd through the 8th, 2021, OregonStarParty.org. The world famous Stellafane Star Party is August 5th through the 9th. Registration is now open at stellafane.org. And this is one of your favorites.
Oh, yeah. Okie-Tex. There's something special about Okie-Tex, y'all. And it's in a beautiful place. Well, you can see it right there in the panhandle of Oklahoma. Dark skies, beautiful stuff. Try to do it.
That's right. So later this year, October 1st through the 9th, 2021, you can go to okie-tex.com for more information about that star party. And then the Enchanted Sky Star Party in Socorro, New Mexico. I've heard lots of great things about this star party myself, and I can imagine just how beautiful those skies are out there in the New Mexican desert. So, that will be October 1st through the 3rd, 2021. A little bit of overlap with Okie-Tex, it looks like, right?
Yeah, so, one and then the other, I guess. Or not that big of a drive, I guess. But
no, that should be good. And then again, one of our favorites, the last star party that Will and I both attended before COVID shut everything down, and El Dorado this year was a little bit smaller again because of COVID restrictions, but it was still a blast, and that's out in West Texas as well. And that'll be going November 1st through the 6th, 2021. Anything you want to mention about El Dorado, Will, and our friends over at the X-Bar Ranch?
It's an intimate star party. It's not big. It's not intimidating. It's easy to do, especially if you're in Texas. Great skies. Give it a shot.
Absolutely. And then the Winter Star Party. They're the, kind of the people who kicked off this whole virtual star party format. So we appreciate them kind of blazing a trail there. But if you've never been to the Winter Star Party, they say the skies are so steady because you're down there off of the coast, and it's really a treat. And because it's so low in latitude, there are things that you can see there you can't see at other star parties in the continental U.S. So that's going to be coming up shortly after the new year, January 31st through February 2nd, 2022. And last but not least, we got to say it, right? So, we got the dates wrong on there, Will. I don't know how I messed that one up. That is not going to be happening January 31st to February 6th. That's the Winter Star Party.
No.
But again, that'll be happening April 24th through May 1st. So really excited about that. And we hope that many of you, if you can't join us at the Texas Star Party next year, that you can at least go to one of the other star parties that we have listed there and enjoy everything that we enjoy at these things. So.
Oh yeah, man. And it's worth it. I promise you, even if you don't have a big scope, you can do what's called light leeching.
Yes.
Walk around and get in other people's telescopes and eyepieces. And usually everybody's really cool with that. So come out and join us, bring a camera or whatever you got and come out. And so, we've got a lot of stuff to do tonight. So we're going to keep on blazing that trail. We're going to be talking about those other star parties as we go on through the night. But first of all, as we're coming into this next part, we got a little giveaway to do now.
Giveaway?
A giveaway, yeah. Another giveaway. We're going to be giving away a lot of stuff, I think, as the night goes on. But we've got. Let's see. Is it on there? Where is it? There it is. We basically have a giveaway every year at the Texas Star Party in person, where you must be present to win. But we must be socially distant to win tonight. So it basically, if you registered for TSP, 2019, 2020, and 2021, and you weren't able to go to 2020 and 2021, you're automatically entered into this whole thing. So this is a treat specifically for people who are TSP regulars. And so we're gonna, I guess, announce the first three three winners of the grand prizes and what they won, which is some awesome prizes from our advertisers and friends at all the different places. So Joe, what do we have there?
Yeah. So you kind of alluded to something there, Will. The must be present to win is kind of a common theme at the Texas Star Party. You could spend the entire week there, but if you're not there in the hall when they're giving away these giveaways and whatnot, you don't get it. But because of the circumstances, if you've been at any of the, if you were there in 2019, registered in 2020, 2021, as you mentioned, you can win one of these prizes. So things that we wanted to mention before we start the giveaway, I believe this was a double blind random drawing. So all of that was done using a computer system on the back end, and I've said enough. So let's go ahead and give away some prizes.
Let's do it.
All right. First door prize is a Celestron Power Tank Glow 5000. So, Will, you own one of these things. I hear they're fantastic and phenomenal. Whoever walks away with this thing is one lucky person. So we're very thankful and grateful to Celestron for the prizes that they donated here. But enough of me talking. Who won?
Who won it?
Michael Guidry of Hockley, Texas. Congratulations, Michael.
Golf clap.
A little bit of a golf clap there. Exactly. So Michael Guidry wins the Celestron Power Tank Glow 5000. Congratulations, Michael. And again, we'll be reaching out to all of the winners so that we can get the arrangements to get those in your hands. Second item is donated from Hubble Optics to us, and it's the Hubble Optics Hubble 5-star artificial star. So this is a fantastic device, and the winner of this is Philip King of Mineola, Texas. Again, congratulations, Philip.
That's awesome.
And lastly, we have...
Whoops, I'm sorry. I put the wrong thing up, Joe. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Not a problem. Door prize number 3. Again, another Celestron Power Tank Glow 5000. So this goes out to our good friend Joe Sutter of the Houston Astronomical Society and the Fort Bend Astronomy Club. Joe Ellen, congratulations. Do we want to give away more, or are we stopping right here?
I think we had 3, right? So yeah.
Okay.
We'll revisit these I guess periodically as we go along, right? And we'll be giving more of those away as we go, because we've got some more stuff to give away. We've got a t-shirt to give away here in a few seconds. I know I was telling y'all to get ready to do that. So we'll go ahead and do it now while we're getting ready to announce the auction, which is another part of this whole thing that we got going on. So much stuff, y'all.
Yeah.
Right now, Joe found this awesome feature in StreamYard for us. So we're going to put it to use tonight and try it out and see if it works. So right now, wherever you're watching us from, type in hashtag TSP rocks right now. Do it right now. I think you only get one entry, right, Joe?
You can put as many in there as you want, but you only get one.
You only get one. Yeah. YOLO or Yo one. I don't know. Put it in. There's Melissa. She's got hers in. Let's see a couple more maybe coming in here. Get those in now, because while we're talking about the auction, you're going to have a few minutes here to get the TSP rocks in, and you'll be eligible for one of these awesome fine cotton Texas Star Party t-shirts.
That's it. These things are fresh off the runways in Milan and Paris. All of the fashion shows that have been going on. We have our hands on them here. Our top-notch fashion designers put these together. No, in all seriousness, we had a great group of folks who helped come up with the design this year. Mm-hmm. It is a little bit of a COVID theme, right? So you have Texas and the mask on top of it, and give me some space below there. So we'll show a picture of that as well a little later on. But they're awesome, and anybody who goes to the Texas Star Party love collecting these things, and we're going to be giving one away here soon. So
we are. And again, I see a lot of TSP rocks coming in.
Yes.
So this is awesome. You can see those comments flooding in as we're doing this. Why does it keep switching to me like that? I don't know.
And while we're waiting for those to come in, Will, we've got some auction items as well that people can actually bid on. And there
it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. So the VTSP auction.
And now there's 2 packages here. You can bid on the X-Bar Ranch. We'll go ahead and click on that one first and show you guys what that is. It's a premium cabin stay at the X-Bar Ranch, y'all. And right now the bidding is started at $50. And we have that link somewhere, Joe. I don't know if you can put it up while I'm showing this, but the link to these auctions will be coming soon, and you guys can throw your name in the hat for this. You could get a great deal, depending. And you only got 2 days here, so if staying at the X-Bar Ranch in a premium cabin is something you're interested in for 3 days, 2 nights, right here, go in and bid and get that going. And then, of course, we have another one for the Prude Ranch, which is where the Texas Star Party is held. And it's 3 days, 2 nights there, Joe.
Yeah, that's absolutely awesome. You and I were just at the X-Bar Ranch last month, and I think we might have kicked off all of the bad weather we've had here in Texas, right? It was such an awesome time for us there. The Prude Ranch is fantastic, as always. That's kind of what makes the Texas Star Party, and it's certainly kind of interwoven in the DNA of the party there. But both of these auction prizes are fantastic. Starting bids there are $50. Go ahead and go to that URL down below, texasstarparty.betterworld.org/auctions/VTSP-auction, and get your bids in. These things, like I said, were graciously donated to us by the Prude and the X-Bar, and we want somebody to walk away with each one of these and spend some time under beautiful dark skies there. So check that out. And those are going to be fun items for whoever wins those.
That's right. So I guess, and we'll be talking about those more as we go along. I guess, though, it's time to throw one of these shirts into a virtual crowd.
Yeah, it's we should have designed this virtual like a t-shirt cannon or something like that to shoot this out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's switch back over here and pick a winner for this thing. So we're going to go ahead and do the drawing. We're going through all the folks who entered the hashtag there, and the winner of the t-shirt is Julie Fowler.
Woohoo!
Congratulations, right, Julie. So, Julie, you are the winner of the first t-shirt giveaway that we have here. And let me go ahead and flash this banner up there so you know who to get in contact with. But, Julie, if you can, email vtsp@texasstarparty.org. Let us know that you're the winner of the t-shirt. Give us your t-shirt size information, and we'll make sure to get a t-shirt out to you. So congratulations, Julie. That's absolutely fantastic.
Awesome. You'll be sporting the white t-shirt just like the rest of us. So
that's it. Congrats.
So I guess we got to get into a lot of stuff here, and we might as well get into our Explorer Scientific spot, right, Joe?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that right now.
Did you know that Takahashi America is part of Land, Sea, and Sky, located in Houston, Texas? Takahashi designs and creates optical tube assemblies, mounts, eyepieces, and accessories for both visual astronomical observing and astrophotography. Land, Sea, and Sky is the distributor for all Takahashi equipment made in Japan and destined for North and South America. You can learn more about Takahashi by visiting us online at takahashiamerica.com.
Oh, little technical difficulty there.
That's okay. But we also wanted to share
Hi,
a word
everybody.
from our
In this
friends at
segment, we're going to
Explore.
talk about the Explore Scientific Doublet Series of telescopes, the AR series. Each telescope has 2 pieces of glass in the front lens cell, rather than 3 that is in the front cell of the high-end telescopes. Now, these telescopes have chromatic aberration, which means when you look at bright objects, there's going to be a purple or a blue fringe and a red fringe. However, visually, it doesn't affect visual use at all. And amazingly, if you try and do astrophotography, these telescopes are great for it. We have some pictures that we'll show you that show exactly how pretty these can be. These pictures are achieved by using narrowband filters, generally H-alpha, triple ionized oxygen, and double ionized sulfur. By taking those 3 wavelengths of light, the photographer can merge them together and create a full color image, as you can see by the pictures we're showing you now. I have behind me the Explore Scientific 102 doublet telescope, and the really big brother, the 152 millimeter doublet telescope. In between, we also have an AR series 127 telescope. The focal length ranges from 663 millimeters with this telescope up to 988 millimeters for the 152. These are great, inexpensive telescopes that can be used for do some really high-end work. Check them out on our website.
Okay, and definitely check those refractors out. Those are amazing refractors. I've owned the doublet and the triplet in the 102 millimeter, I think. My go-to scope, man. Every time, it's easy to grab, beautiful stuff. Great scope. And so thank you to our friends at Explore Scientific for shooting those little promos. It's awesome stuff. We appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you would never use something like that to look directly into the sun without any protection, right? You have to have the proper protection. And speaking of the sun, something happened with the sun today, Will. I don't know if you heard about it, but
no, as soon as I opened social media, it was like being bombarded by
by cosmic radiation, right?
Yeah, like an eclipse or something. The moon did something with the sun. I don't know, but our friend over at Sky and Telescope actually.
Welcome, everybody. We're here with Kelly Beatty, who is a senior editor with Sky and Telescope and the man who puts together all of the Sky and Telescope tours. Kelly, how are you?
Hey, it's great. Great to be with you.
Wonderful. We're glad to have you with us. Hey, we've heard a lot about the Sky and Telescope tours. Can you tell us a little bit about what these tours are and what goes into creating a tour?
Sure. And I'll use the one that's coming up in just on Thursday as an example. It's an annular eclipse of the sun, but the path starts in Canada and heads off, over the North Pole to Siberia. Not a lot of people are going to see it. In the Northeast, it'll be a deep partial eclipse. 2 years ago, I started planning to fly a plane into the path of the annularity so that a few dozen people with us on the plane could see it. And it's taken a long time, a lot of work, but it's coming to fruition. And we're going to be leaving from Minneapolis before dawn, fly over southern Canada, see the annular eclipse, and then set back down in Minneapolis after a flight of about 3 hours. That flight has been 2 years in the making, and that's kind of the cadence that we work on in planning the tours at Sky and Telescope. Now, there are some tours that we are doing every year, like we do an annual tour to Iceland. And in fact, the picture that you see behind me is my background. I took that picture in 2019. We had an exceptional year of auroras that year. And as you might know, we're coming up on solar maximum in just 3 or 4 years. So it should get pretty good. That's a tour that's pretty easy to set up because it's kind of plug and play. But this eclipse flight or taking people to to the Yucatan Peninsula for an eclipse, or Easter Island, all of those are coming up. Those take a lot of careful coordination. We have a couple of companies that we work with that we really trust and are happy with, that provide the very best accommodations. And it's a lot of work, but it's very fulfilling.
Absolutely. Now, with the pandemic, obviously having hit the entire world, and people staying away for travel for quite some time now. And thankfully, it looks like we're starting to emerge from that a little bit. What's the demand look like for astronomy-based or space-based type of travel?
Well, like a lot of travel, I think there's plenty of pent-up demand, not only because people are tired of being locked up and they really do want to travel again, but also because a lot of people had trips planned that they ended up not going on. They didn't spend that money. And a lot of people we find on our tours are sort of, baby boomers who have lots of free time. They're still adventurous. They have a lot of disposable income. And so they're willing to go on interesting trips. And you mentioned the pandemic. Were it not for that, I would just be coming back from a 10-day tour of Italy, where we go to Galileo's birthplace and go visit the meteorite collection at the Vatican Observatory, and that's been rolled over to next year. So it's true, the pandemic really hit us hard, especially like the total solar eclipse last year in December. It's painful to even think about. But
Right.
there'll be more eclipses, right? And there are more opportunities, and so we're actually kind of front loading our tour inventory, if you will, with lots of places to go, not just for eclipses. We have tours planned for Botswana and Hawaii and Australia and Italy, I mentioned, all of which are not connected to any particular event at all. They're just wonderful places to go.
Wonderful. And for somebody who's looking to do one of these tours for the first time, what's the best bit of advice you can give to one of those first timers as they embark on one of these tours?
What we try to do, there's always an astronomical component to the tours, be it an eclipse or like the Vatican Observatory, but we're not like, it's not like a march from observatory to observatory to see everything we possibly can. People go to see eclipses often because they're in a place where they've always wanted to go. Chile in South America, or Hawaii, or there's an eclipse coming up on Easter Island, and who hasn't wanted to go to Easter Island, right? And it provides a convenient opportunity to make that dream come true. So we make it a well-rounded set of activities, not only for the diehard stargazer in the family, but maybe the spouse who may or may not be as interested, or whoever is coming along. And that way everyone has fun. The thing about eclipses in particular, solar eclipses, you're dependent on the weather. And so we want to make sure that the tour itself is very satisfying and a great experience, so that the eclipse, although the highlight of the tour, it's not a make or break situation. If we happen to get clouded out, we still have a great tour.
Excellent. Will, I know you had a question you wanted to ask as well.
Yeah, you've been to a couple of Texas Star parties, I think, right? And I was wondering, because I seem to be the guy that asks this question of all of our guests, but I'm interested in this sort of direction of thing. Like, what is one thing you took away from the Texas Star Party? I know you called it the land of large dobs.
The land of the giant dobs.
Yeah.
I mean, and why not, right? You're going to take advantage of the clarity and the utter darkness of that location. You might as well bring as much glass as you possibly can to see all the things that you've read in books, like the Herschel 500 list and things that you've never been able to see from your home because of light pollution or lack of aperture or whatever it might be. And here it's like the mecca of big telescopes and dark skies. And so I have not been to TSP in a number of years. I am itching to get back.
We hope there soon, man. We're hoping to all go back too. With the whole last couple of years having to cancel, of course, it's not been that fun. And so hopefully you can join us out there. Maybe have a Sky and Telescope tour, bring some people to Texas Star Party, and then we can all just have a good time out there. That'd be pretty cool.
Interesting you should mention that, because of course we have a tour to Texas for the eclipse in 2024. And we thought about making our way out to McDonald Observatory in Fort Davis, and we're still working on that possibility. We'll be there and you won't, because you'll be in the path of the eclipse somewhere.
Yeah. Excellent. Last question I've got for you, Kelly. You've obviously traveled the world to observe a lot of these wonderful astronomical phenomena, and had an opportunity to see a lot of the sites and whatnot. Is there something that's still on your bucket list that you would like to do that you haven't done yet?
in terms of visiting places in the world and with an astronomy event.
Yes.
It's coming up this December. Sky and Telescope has a tour to see a total solar eclipse. The only places you can see it are Antarctica.
Wow.
It's too cold, I'm sorry. And out in the middle of the ocean. And so I'm going to be on a cruise ship that, as you know, it's summer in the Southern Hemisphere, December is. And so there are a lot of cruise ships, and this particular cruise, as many will get to set foot on Antarctica. I get to play with the penguins, and that is definitely on my bucket list and my wife. She would not be denied. She is definitely coming along, and we're really looking forward to that one.
Cool. Wow. Excellent. All right. And for anybody who wants to get more information about these tours, where can they go?
Just our Sky and Telescope website, skyandtelescope.org. And there's a nav button on the homepage, big one that says tours, and just click. We've got 10 active tours right now with 2 more that I'm about to load that I can't tell you about. But
okay,
it's a great selection, and I encourage people to have a look. And if they have questions, fire off a message to me, kbd@skyandtelescope.org, and I will happily get back to you.
Excellent. And they can follow you online. You've got a podcast as well that people can subscribe to.
I do. It's a once a month podcast, basically for beginners, for people who are just getting an understanding of the sky. It's like 12 minutes long, no equipment required. Just, as I say, just bring your curiosity at my podcast, and I'll show you the night sky.
Excellent. Well, Kelly, we really appreciate everything that you're doing. Can't wait to participate in our first Sky and Telescope tour. That's something that I was hoping to do this past year in Chile, but obviously wasn't able to do that because of COVID. But we look forward to all the wonderful things that you and your team are putting together. So thank you very much for joining us today.
It's my great pleasure, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Take care.
Take care.
Hey, that was Kelly Beatty. Really appreciate his time and taking us through the Sky and Telescope tours. That was my first time getting a chance to speak with Kelly. He's a fantastic guy. Will, the interview was phenomenal. I think we probably spoke for about an hour, just chatting back and forth about all the cool things that they've got planned. And if you've never done a Sky and Telescopes tour before, it is highly worth it. I don't think you have to worry about a thing. You just basically show up. They've got everything taken care for you, and it seems like a fun time. So looking forward to, as we start to turn the corner on COVID, being able to go back to some of these things. So
absolutely. Yeah. And today that what they did was so cool. They were in an airplane checking out the annular eclipse.
Yeah.
So
could you imagine?
You really can't. Pretty cool stuff. So the Sky and Telescope tours are something I've always wanted to do. Scheduling and all that just never has worked. But having talked with Kelly that day, it's definitely something that I'm putting on the list to do for something soon for sure.
Absolutely. So, yeah. So if you go to skyandtelescope.org, take a look at their tours there, see what they've got planned. I know they had a trip to Botswana coming up as well. And that's the home of Stephen J. O'Meara, who is going to be our speaker one of these nights. And he's got some interesting things to share about the night sky there. That looks to be absolutely interesting. Lots of cool things going on there. So give that a look if you've got some time. Go to the URL and take a look at the tours they have. And the other thing I wanted to do is Kelly kind of plugged his podcast. You see how just how engaging Kelly is. So give that podcast a follow. You'll learn a thing or two about astronomy. He's been around astronomy a little while, has a lot to share. So I thought that was a fantastic interview, Will.
He does. Yeah, it was great to talk to him. He's a musician. So, you might be able to. So we sat there and talked about that for way too long. We couldn't air that because, it was just music, not Texas Star Party. So, but Kelly's a great guy. Sky and Telescope, man. I've been reading that magazine since I was a little kid, making my mom buy it off the magazine rack at the grocery store. So, thank y'all to Sky and Telescope for everything they do for us. And speaking of, like the Texas Star Party has a lot of people, behind the scenes, Joe. I know you're a volunteer there. I'm a volunteer.
Right.
Our friend is a volunteer. There's a lot of people that make Texas Star Party, make it what it is. And one of those people that make it what it was is Barbara Wilson. We lost Barbara Wilson before the Texas Star Party 2020. Of course, 2020 was canceled. 2021's canceled, and we're here doing it virtually. So
Yeah.
I think it's appropriate, Joe. What do you think? Will we take a second here to honor Barbara and her legacy at the Texas Star Party?
Absolutely. And you said it well, Will. You know, she was always just a present figure there at the Texas Star Party, was doing a lot of serious work, but never thought it was serious enough that she couldn't take time to, spend time with newbies and folks like my first time out there. I spent quite a bit of time light leeching, like you said, off of her telescope. And we just never got to properly say goodbye to Barbara, and we figured we would do that today.
And Barbara, this one's for you. We appreciate everything you did for the Texas Star Party. Like Joe said, all the help that you gave us as observers. And one of Barbara's friends, Joe, one of her best friends was Mr. Larry Mitchell, none other than the legend himself, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, he had such a, soft spot in his heart for Barbara. He always called her his best observing buddy. But Larry is, you can't miss Larry when you're at the Texas Star Party, right? You go up to the upper field, you'll see all these giant Dobbs, but none of them are bigger than Larry's 36-inch telescope, and it's a beast. But again, Larry is always happy to let you climb up that tall ladder to take a look at whatever it is he's looking at. And for those who don't know Larry, he's also the man who puts together the advanced observing list at Texas Star Party. So every year you have a general observing list that you can tackle, and there's also an advanced observing list, and a lot of planning goes into those observing lists that Larry puts together. And we got a chance to catch up with Larry and talk to him about how he goes about and puts these things together, kind of a review of all of the programs that he's done over the last 20 years. And we figured we'd share the first part of that tonight. Then we'd get into some of the Star Party aspects with the Fort Bend Astronomy Club, and we'll wrap the night with the rest of Larry's talk. So let's go right into Larry's first part of the Texas Advanced Observing Program.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, I've got a lot to cover tonight, so I'm essentially trying to cover the entire universe in hour and 15 minutes. So bear with me. I'll do the best that I can. The Advanced Observing List is part of, is one of two observing lists that we have at the Texas Star Party. The other one is the regular program, which is headed up by John Wagner in Dallas. And John's been doing it actually longer than I have. And he does a very, very good job with that. The advanced list I started in the year 2000 with mainly two goals in mind. Number one, to get people to be better technicians with their telescope, to go out and try to find objects that they might not think they could otherwise see, that have weird sounding names. Most people are comfortable with NGC objects or Messier objects. But when you tell them Arachelian something or Gulbudagian something, they panic. They tend to think they cannot see those objects when, if they try, they can. So we try to get people to look at more exotic, unusual objects, number one. And then number two is to educate. I want people to understand what they're looking at, why it's there, what it's doing. Because if you look at a telescope field and you see some faint fuzzy object, and that's all you see, that's all you know about that object, But if you know that it's a galaxy 150 million light years away and it has a supermassive black hole in the center and it's blowing out relativistic jets 100,000 light years in length, that gives it meaning. That makes it an interesting object to look at, and it certainly makes it more interesting than some little fuzzy thing that you know nothing about in a telescope field. So those are the two main goals, to look at some more exotic objects in the universe, and also to learn about what you're looking at and learn about the universe. I'm going to cover a lot of territory tonight. I've got my email at the end on the last slide. This is a review, so I'm barely going to scrape the surface of each of the objects that I'm going to be talking about. So anyway, with that, we'll get started. This is the upper field at the Texas Star Party. It's one of 3 observing fields. And the night sky in West Texas, which is held in Fort Davis every year, and the night sky is phenomenal. It's among the darkest skies in the entire United States, and it's also one of the driest skies. It's not unusual to have humidity of 15%. So you're not looking through an ocean of water when you're looking at something in the night sky, and we're at an elevation of about 5,000 feet. So that certainly helps as well. A lot of star parties have wonderful skies, dark skies, and things of that nature. But a lot of star parties don't have what TSP has, which is accommodations. We've got rooms, we've got bunkhouses, family cabins. We have enough places for 600 or 700 people to stay. This photograph was taken from the front porch of my cabin. So that is very nice. And we also have food at the Texas Star Party. So you don't have to go into town, although there is food in town. But you can eat right there on the ranch. It's the Prude Ranch, and it's in Fort Davis, Texas. And it makes life easy. You can stay up all night and sleep all day, and it's just very, very nice. Plus, we get to make a lot of lifelong friendships. People from all over the world come to the Texas Star Party. My first time there was in 1987, and I looked up at the sky and I couldn't believe it. I thought I knew the sky, but I couldn't even find the constellation Virgo because there were so many stars in the sky. So that's why all of us come to West Texas, for those pristine skies, and it really is fantastic. So this year's observing rules for the advanced observing list is by far the easiest list I've ever put out. I'm trying to give people a reward for some of the retinal torture that I've put them through in the past, and I've made this list very easy. Someone with a 18, 20-inch telescope could probably see every object on this list. There's a few challenge objects, but by and large, it's easy. All you have to do is observe 20 out of the 40 observations. You need to do it in the next week from June 5th to June 13th. And those of you out there, I hope you have better weather than we're having here in Houston, because it rained today, and we have a good chance of rain for the next week. So we may be on hard times here, but I won't cover all of this because it's in the website, the TSP website, with internet access, and you just dial up the Texas Star Party activities, the observing programs, and go to the advanced observing programs, and you can download this list as well as a handout which covers each of these objects. These are the pins that I've handed out in the past, starting with the year 2000. This one here is the pin that we'll be handing out this year. I've got 95 of them that I'm going to hand out to the first 95 people. I also have plenty of pins of past years that we're handing out as well. Now, I do most of this myself, but I don't do all of it. I have some very, very good help. These are all amateurs by definition, but they're professionals in my book. Jim and Anna Chandler live in Fort Davis, and they have supplied me with many, many good ideas over the years and observations. Paul Downing has a beautiful observatory in Spain, southern Spain, and he takes professional photographs and sends them to me. Jimmy Lowry has a 48-inch telescope named Barbarella that's in Fort Davis, and it's a wonderful instrument to look through. Jose Sancho has observed with me for many, many years, and he keeps me honest with some of the observations that I think you can see in a 36-inch telescope, but you may not be able to see in his 18-inch telescope. And he has his world-famous Sancho-Succo scale, which he keeps throwing up at me. But that's the kind of information that I need because I'm trying to tailor-make this to 15, 16-inch telescopes. Amelia and Steve Goldberg, their input is just invaluable. They are my observing buddies at our site in Columbus. They are constantly giving me ideas of things to do, things to look at. They critique my writing, and which they always find something wrong with it, usually by the second or third sentence. So they're, and I'm over at their house right now. So I can't thank those guys enough, really. And then Keith Rivich, we know him as K2, is probably one of the finest observers in the entire world. Keith is an amazing, amazing observer, and he and I have spent many, many hours sharing eyepieces together. So a huge thank you to these people, because without their help, the advanced observing program would not be what it is, probably wouldn't even exist. So thank you, guys. All right, I talk about star hopping. I promote star hopping. A lot of people have their computers and their go-to systems and all that, and that's fine. And that's acceptable for the program if that's what you're going to do. But if you learn how to find things without a computer in the sky, you can find it with anybody's telescope on any night. And if you do it 3 or 4 times and you want to go back to it, you can memorize it. Then you don't need a computer. You can find it on your own. I can find most of these objects, like the 2 that I'm going to show you here, in about 5 seconds. When you can do that without a computer, it gets to be really fun. The first thing you do is you find a naked eye star and hop off from that. Some people will tail a rad and go to the general area and try to wander around until they find an asterism or something they recognize. But if you start off with a bright naked eye star, you can't go wrong. And the first thing you do from that is you determine if you're going to go north, south, east, or west from that star. If you're going to go directly to the target, or if you're going to an asterism. And on star charts, if you go to the left of your bright star, if you go to the left, you're going east. If you go to the right, you're going west. If you go up, you're going north, and down is south. So determine which direction to move your telescope and go to your first target, whether that's an asterism or whether it's the object you're looking for. So to find the Eskimo Nebula, first thing you want to do is find this star, Wasat, in Gemini. And this is real easy because there's a bright star behind it. And if you use that as a pointer, well, it points directly to this trio of stars. Actually, it's a crescent, but these 3 stars are very bright and very obvious in any finder scope. So you've gone east from there. And from here, if you go to the southeast, and you'll see a faint, fuzzy looking type star in your finder scope. Well, if you have your finder scope centered with your main scope, which you should do, have illuminated crosshairs on your finder scope. If you look at that faint fuzzy star, there's your reward, the Eskimo Planetary Nebula. And that is very, very easy to do, and it's easy to memorize. Another object, M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy. First, find the tail star of the Big Dipper, which is Alkaid. It's anybody can find that star. From there, you want to go due west. You go due west, you will find this asterism of 4 stars. It's kind of a crooked rectangle of sorts. It's very obvious in any finder scope, easily seen. If you use the brighter of the stars in the rectangle as your pointers, well, that points to this triangle of stars here, which again is an obvious asterism of stars. Now from here, you have to kind of be careful because you've got a bright star here and you got a bright star here. What I do is I bisect these stars here. So I go to the right star, this star. When you go to this star in your finder scope, just about any finder scope, if you look a little bit to the southwest of that, you'll see the whirlpool. And if you've done that properly, and it's easy to do, there's your reward. M51, the whirlpool galaxy. So this is star hopping. And people get all concerned about holding charts upside down and doing all this other kind of stuff. Just pay attention to which direction you need to go, north, south, east, or west. If you go in the proper direction, you've got to go to the asterism. And then if you use that, you've got to go to your next one. And it makes it easy. And believe me, this is so much more fun than using a computer. With a computer, all you know is what you're looking at is somewhere up there, but you have no idea where. If you star hop, you know exactly what constellation, where you are, how you found it, and again, if you do it 2 or 3 times, you can do it again. So that's a little bit of my star hopping 101, I suppose. But believe me, it's much, much more fun when you do it this way. And you know, if it's a faint object and you've star hopped over to that object and it is very faint, it's just above the background, well, you know exactly where in the field to look. And sometimes you need that in order to see some of these faint objects. So with that, I'm going to start off on each year, starting with 2000. And every year I give a talk on that covers that year's observing program. So what I've done in the left-hand corner of each year is the cover slide for that particular lecture that I gave. So in 2000, the subject was rings over the Texas Star Party. And that is kind of a rough way to get people started, because when you take the center out of a galaxy or you take the center out of any of these objects, you're taking the brightest part of that object away. You're leaving the faintest outer regions for people to find. And so I started off with a rather difficult program, but this was of interest to me, and it was of interest to a lot of other people as well. But these objects are nebula, planetary nebula, galaxies, polar ring galaxies, anything that doesn't have a center. That year, we had Dr. Alan Dressler as a keynote speaker. Dr. Dressler is famous among galaxy people. He was one of the big proponents to study what's called the Great Attractor. He had a group of people working with him, and they called themselves the Seven Samurai. Dr. Dressler discovered that our part of the universe is moving towards the Virgo cluster, Virgo galaxy cluster, and the Virgo galaxy cluster is moving towards the Laniakea, a super cluster, and that is moving to the Great Attractor, and that is moving to what's called the Shapley super galaxy cluster. So our whole part of the universe is moving in that direction. And that's what Dr. Dressler was working on, and that's what he talked to us at TSP about. Since then, he's immersed himself in more works with galaxies, how galaxies, evolution of galaxies, how they evolve, and what they're doing. And he gave a wonderful talk. All right. One of the objects, the first object that I have on the list is NGC 6337, which we call the Cheerio because it looks like a Cheerio, the cereal piece. It's basically a donut, a circle. And the reason for this is, there are many reasons actually, but this is a planetary nebula. This is a star that is an act of dying. A few things I want to try to explain. Some of you folks, this may be a little elementary, but the speed of light. Light travels at 186,300 miles a second, or 300,000 kilometers a second in a vacuum. Space is not a vacuum. It's a much better vacuum than we can create on Earth, but still it's not a vacuum, but we treat it as if it were. A light year is how far light travels in 1 year, and it works out to just under 6 trillion miles. Most people round it off to 6 trillion miles. That is both a distance and a time measurement. When we say something is 50 million light years away, it's taken light 50 million years to get here. So that's a time measurement. The distance is, you could take that 50 million and multiply it by 6 trillion and you'd come up with some unbelievable number, but that's a distance number. So a light year is both time and distance. And that has something to do with space-time, which I'll talk about. Temperatures that I have listed here are all on the Kelvin scale, which is a scientific scale based on absolute zero. Most people, if you're familiar with the Celsius scale, Kelvin and Celsius are very similar. Celsius is 273.15 degrees below the Kelvin scale. So essentially, for what we're talking about, they are the same. But the reason, one big reason for the Kelvin scale is it's 3 digits, which is always more accurate than 2 digits. That's a big reason for using Kelvin, and everything you see, all your temperatures that you see in here are going to be 105,000 Kelvin. All right, back to the Cheerio. This is a planetary nebula, which is a star that is dying. At some point, our sun will go through a similar stage in about 5 billion years. And essentially what happens when you have a structure like this, this tells us a lot of things. It tells us that the central star is a binary star. It has a companion. And as this star is dying, it puffs, it swells up, and it goes through a red giant phase. And if it is large enough, it fuses helium at 100 million degrees and goes through a second swelling up called the asymptotic giant branch stage, or the AGB. But at some point, the star gets so big that the outer portions of the star are no longer gravitationally bound to the center, and they start drifting away in what we call a slow wind. As it drifts away, the center part of the star, the center part of the nebula, and the companion to the nebula spin that star up, and it starts throwing mass out along the equatorial region, and it forms a belt. And that belt is what we're seeing here, and we call that a torus. That belt acts as a constricting belt so that later eruptions go through the polar regions. And those are the lobes, and they're much fainter than, normally much fainter than the torus around the center. So if you see it from the side, we see an hourglass figure like this or like this. But if you imagine, if you turn it and we're looking down, if we're looking through the polar regions of the star, what we call pole-on view, then we're going to see the torus is a donut, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. We're seeing these lobes pointed towards us and away from us, and all we're seeing is the torus, this belt. And most of the planetary nebula that we look at, this is what we see, because this is typically the brightest part. Not always. In some cases, we do see it. We do see the lobes, but in most cases, this is what we're seeing. In this particular case, the distance is 5,200 light years, and all planetary nebula distances are very, very vague because we have to base it on the star. Well, this is not a regular star. This is a star that's either gaining in temperature because it's a white dwarf, or it's decreasing in temperature. So it's not a real star as such. And it's also shining through these lobes. And so its light fluctuates. So it's not acting like a real star, and it's very difficult to get a distance on something of that nature. So some of these planetary nebula distances are off by 100% or more. But in this particular case, the nebula temperature is 45,000 degrees. Its age is between 12 and 24,000 years. The central star has a magnitude of 14.9, but you cannot go by that. The central star in the ring nebula M57 is about 16th magnitude, but sometimes I can't even hardly see it in my 36-inch telescope. So these central stars are variable because of all the things that are going on about and around them. So that's a little bit about planetary nebula and how they form, and hopefully everybody is with me on that. This is NGC 6888, the Crescent Nebula. And those of you that are going to do the observing program, by all means, should look at this. This is one of the showpieces of the heavens. We refer to it as eye candy. And with a nebula filter, this is a beautiful, beautiful object. I might point out the distance to the nearest star, Proxima Centauri, is 4.24 light years. 4 light years only to the nearest star. The temperature of our sun is about 6,000 degrees Kelvin, just a little below 6,000 degrees. So this particular object here is what we call a Wolf-Rayet nebula. They're also known as ring nebula. We're seeing this object from the side. If we could tilt it from the pole-on view, it would be a ring. It would look very similar to this. But we're seeing this from the side. And Wolf-Rayet stars are very, very massive, very large stars, 25 to 50 times our solar mass. They're huge. And they, being very large, they have a very short lifetime. Our sun has a life expectancy, a lifetime of about 10 billion years. A Wolf-Rayet star may only last 2 or 3 million years because it is so massive. It burns through all of its resources in a very short amount of time. This object, the Crescent Nebula, has had 3 major mass loss episodes: the main sequence, the red giant branch, and the Wolf-Rayet sequence. When it goes through the Wolf-Rayet sequence, that is very rapid. It loses a tremendous amount of mass in a very short amount of time, usually on an average of something like 1 solar mass every 100,000 years. So that's a tremendous amount of material that this star is throwing out. This star is only, the Wolf-Rayet event star is only 1.9 million years old. It originally held 25 to 40 solar masses. It's thrown off enough material now, it's only down to about 15 solar masses. 250,000 to 400,000 years ago, it was a red giant. So it is actively throwing out material, and you can see this with a nebula filter in almost any amateur telescope. It's beautiful. It is absolutely gorgeous. And it's easy to find. It's located 2.7 degrees southwest of Gamma Cygni, and Gamma Cygni is the cross star of Cygnus, or some people call it the Northern Cross. It's the one right in the middle. It's easily found. And in a telescope finder field, if you move your telescope to the southwest just a little bit, you want to look for a flattened diamond-shaped asterism, which looks like that. And the southern star of that asterism is the Wolf-Rayet star. That is the star that is throwing this cloud out. It's illuminating this cloud. And as the slower winds slap into the faster, or the faster winds slap into the slower moving winds, that is also ionizing it. So this is easily found. Just find the flat diamond and go to the southern star. You can't miss it. All right, 2001, advanced observing. We had explosions over TSP as a topic. And we had some more very, very excellent speakers. Timothy Ferris, who is a noted author, has written several books on astronomy. If you ever get in the car with Timothy, be prepared for a ride because he likes to go about 100 miles an hour. You know, But he gave a very, very good talk at our 2001 TSP. Paul Hickson, this was his second visit to TSP. Paul is noted for his Hickson 100 compact galaxy clusters. He's also noted for inventing a spinning Mercury telescope, which he had up in British Columbia, BC, which is where he still is. And we very much enjoyed Paul being there and would like to get him back again. On the right-hand side is Steve O'Meara. Steve, there for a while, was a fixture at TSP. Steve's a good friend of mine. The picture down below is a talk that he gave of a trip that he and me and his wife went with the National Geographic crew to a volcano in the middle of the Mediterranean Ocean called Stromboli. And we were there for 2 weeks, and they made a TV movie about this. And Steve gave a talk on our escapades at the volcano. And this is the outfit that we had to wear when we were on top of the mountain, because it was throwing lava bombs at us right and left. And it was a very, very interesting 2 weeks. And of course, this is how Steve looks without the gear. But Steve has been to numerous TSPs, and those of you that know Steve, he's got incredible eyesight. He calls himself a visual athlete. He works at it. I've spent many hours observing with Steve, and he's as good as you think he is. But he's also giving a talk next week on Botswana, observing in Botswana land, which is where he's living now. All right, I'm going to spend some time on this. How do I get rid of this? But first off, I want to talk a little bit about the concept of space-time. The space-time is something a lot of people don't, a lot of amateurs aren't really familiar with, but space is three-dimensional, as we know. But time is also entered into it. But time also enters into it because of what I mentioned a minute ago. Light travels at a finite speed, 186,000 miles a second. So it takes light time to get here. So when we're describing the universe, we have to consider the time factor as much as the depth and the three-dimensional space factor that people typically talk about. One thing that I'm going to emphasize here is co-moving distances, or co-moving radial distance. This is the distance that is actually that an object actually is at. Most people throw distances around like 50 million light years away, 100 million light years away. All that really is light travel time. We refer to that as look back time. If I say a galaxy is 100 million light years away, it's taken light 100 million years to get here, traveling at 186,300 miles a second. But that's not where the galaxy is when those photons reach your eyeballs, because during that 100 million years, the universe has expanded. So it's much further away than 100 million years. So we call that co-moving distances. You have light coming at you, but it's moving away from us at the same time. The universe was formed 13.8 billion years ago. And originally that was an inflationary period where the universe expanded faster than the speed of light, but then it settled down. And in our part of the universe, it's expanding at something called Hubble's constant. And Hubble's constant is numbers all over the place, but it seems to be settling out around 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec, and a megaparsec being 3.26 million light years. So that's how space in our part of the world is expanding. However, and next Friday, Dr. Gebhardt is going to talk about dark energy, which is a talk I'm really looking forward to, because somewhere around 4.5 to 5 billion light years out, the universe suddenly starts speeding up in its expansion. There's some negative gravitational effect called dark energy that we don't understand what is causing that, but nevertheless, the universe is speeding up as we go further out from the universe. In general, for objects from us, 1 billion light years out, 1.5 billion light years out, the cosmological redshift, which is what we call the expansion of the universe, the cosmological redshift and the look back time are pretty much the same. And this only applies to quasars and very distant objects. But once we get beyond a couple of billion light years, it does make a difference. So these two objects here, well, for instance, I made a sample. If we have a redshift of 6, a Z factor of 6, it took 12.8 billion years for that light to get here. That's how long it took that light to reach our telescopes. But during this 12.8 billion years, this object moved away. So its real distance is 27.5 billion light years away, not 12 billion light years. The universe, as we know it, is about 95 billion light years in diameter. Which means we can see out about 43 billion light years in any one direction. At some point, the universe expansion exceeds the speed of light, and beyond that, we won't be able to see anything because those objects will never be able to get here because it's expanding faster than the object is moving this way. So hopefully that's not confusing too much for everybody, It's a lot to throw at people. A 6 billion light year object, for instance, is 7.6 billion light years in real distance. If we could see an object 13.8 billion light years away, its distance would really be 46 billion light years. There is a database on the internet. It's a Ned Wright database for those of you that would like to look at this further. It's very interesting. It's got a calculator there where you can calculate all this out yourselves. But I'm going to start with 3C273 and its jet first. This was the first optical quasar, along with 3C48, that was discovered. Quasars were actually discovered back in the 50s. They found a bunch of them, but they were radio loud objects, and they could not find a visual counterpart, which is why they called them quasi-stellar objects, QSOs. It wasn't until 1963 that Alan Sandage finally found an optical counterpart to one of these radio objects, one of these quasi-stellar objects, and this was it, 3C273. This is the brightest quasar. It has a magnitude of 14.8, which is really bright, but it has an actual distance of 2.6 billion light years. That's an awfully bright object to be that far away. It's located in an elliptical galaxy, and that galaxy has 1 billion solar mass black hole in the center. The black hole in the center of our Milky Way is about 4.1 million light years. So a billion light year mass black hole is a monster. And that's what you see in elliptical galaxies, and that is what is powering this jet. And it is shooting material out, which for us seems to be superluminal. It seems like it's moving faster than the speed of light, but that's only because it's moving at an angle to us, and we see it moving at a shorter distance. It's an illusion. The other object on here is the double quasar, and this is probably the most difficult object I've got on this year's list. It's the first gravitational lens discovered. It was discovered in 1979, and it proved that galaxy bends light. You've got a quasar that's way in the background. The quasar is actually 12.8 billion light years away, but it's almost exactly behind a very massive elliptical galaxy that's 4.26 billion light years away. And that foreground elliptical galaxy is acting as a magnifying glass. and it's magnifying that quasar in the background, but it's also splitting the images up into two separate images, which are separated by about 6 arc seconds. And you can see them here. You can also, with the Hubble Space Telescope, see the galaxy. This is the illuminating galaxy that's in the foreground that's causing this mirage. And this backed up Einstein's theory that yes, gravity does bend light. His theory of general relativity, part of it was proved by this. There's also a time delay between the two objects, and we use this to determine how fast our part of the universe is expanding. And in these two, one has 64 and one has 72. And I said a minute ago, I've rounded all of my distances off to 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec. So all of these distances that you see that I'm talking about here are based on 70 and not some other factor. All right, active galactic nuclei, NGC 4151. This is the standard of the Seyfert 1 type galaxies. Seyfert 1 galaxies are the most active galaxies. They act like quasars. They're shooting a jet out at relativistic speeds, which is almost the speed of light. I mentioned a minute ago, our Milky Way galaxy has a black hole, Sagittarius A star, with 4.1 million solar masses. That black hole is roughly the diameter of our solar system, about the distance from sun out to Uranus. The black hole in the middle of this one is 46 million solar masses, and it's throwing jets of material out at a high speed. And there's a second black hole of 10 million solar masses, which they think orbits in about 15.8 years. Anytime you look at one of these Seyfert galaxies, you see a bright stellar-like nucleus. And this one is very bright. Through a telescope, you see a faint outer halo. You see some of the spiral arms, which are very, very faint, but the center is very bright. Arc 220 is a true monster. This is one of the most explosive forces in the universe that we know of. Its distance is 250 million light years. This is the most luminous, ultra-luminous infrared galaxy that we know of. It has a luminosity of 1 trillion times the sun. It is less than 1 billion years old, and it is composed of stars that are forming at a rapid pace, 340 solar masses per year, which is unheard of. And it's calculated, which seems to me an unbelievable number, and I double checked this, but it seems to be true. It contains more energy in this galaxy than 100 million Milky Ways would contain. That's an unbelievable number, but that seems to be the thinking. It has two nuclei, 2 rotating black holes. They counter-rotate. They're currently about 1 arc second apart. And something they're finding out about merging black holes, if there is a counter-rotating type of thing, they tend to rebound. This one hasn't done anything like that yet, but they do have some examples for some galaxies with close proximity black holes that are actually rebounding. So they don't just merge nicely like what a lot of people think. All right, 2002 interactions. When galaxies collide, a whole bunch of things happen. They form rings. Here's a galaxy going through another galaxy. They usually form stars. There's compression effects. Stars are being formed. Stars are blowing up. There's all kinds of dynamics which happens when galaxies merge. These are 3 objects that I have on the list for the observing list for this year. The box, or Hickson 61, named for Paul Hickson that you met earlier, is a beautiful visual object. There's 4 objects here. They average 180 million light years distance, but it's actually a triplet. NGC 4173 is only about 50 million light years away, whereas these other three objects are about 50 or 180 million light years away. They're much, much more distant. And each one of these are interacting with each other. This one is truncated. This is a polar ring galaxy. This has H2 regions. An H2 region, for those of you who don't know, is a star-forming region where very massive stars are ionizing the cloud, the gas cloud around it, and causing that cloud to glow. And that glow or that ionizing is hydrogen being stripped of its electron. And that's causing that cloud to glow, similar to a neon light bulb here on Earth. And that glow is what we see, and we call those an H2 region. This is dark matter dominated group, as pretty much all of these are. Its mass to light ratio is 14.5. So there's a lot of dark matter involved in this. There's much more mass than light. And we don't know what dark matter is, but it affects, it has something to do with gravity. It seems to work with gravity, but we really don't know what dark matter is. Dark matter comprises about 27% of the universe. Dark energy that I mentioned earlier, which is speeding the universe up, comprises 68% of the universe, which means astronomy is in the embarrassing situation that 95% of the universe we can't really account for. Which is interesting. Anyway, that's the way it is. Seyfert Sextet, I'll jump over to this one. This is also one of Paul Hickson's finest. It's Hickson 79. And here again, not everything is accordant. Only these four galaxies here are at the same distance and are interacting. This is debris. This is material that's thrown out of this galaxy, so that's not Hickson 6027e is not really a galaxy. Of interest is NGC 6027 6027d, because its stated distance is 922 million light years. The rest of these galaxies are 202 million light years. So this is several orders of magnitude more distance. But if you look at it carefully, you see really more detail in this more distant object than you do any of these other objects. So that's interesting. And I've got some more examples of similar things. NGC 4298 and 4302 are in Coma Berenices at a distance of 52 million years. So they're part of the Virgo galaxy cluster. They're separated by only 5,000 light years. And when you look at them visually, there's no apparent distortion. You would think, well, there's nothing going on between them. But when we look at them in different light, other than visual light, the hydrogen 1 emission, they're sharing material between them. The northern part of 4302 has a tidal tail that's shooting out the top. So there's fireworks going on here, but it's not seen in visual light. And all three of these objects are something that those of you that are going to get out under the sky and look, you should look at all three of these because they're just beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. This is kind of small. You need to put high magnification on this because it is so small that it would fit inside our Milky Way galaxy. The total diameter of Seyfert Sextet is only 100,000 or 100,000 light years. So it's essentially the size of our Milky Way that you can fit all of those galaxies in. So when we say Paul Hickson's, his catalog is compact galaxy groups, there's a compact galaxy group for you. All right, the Siamese twins. These are in the act, both of these galaxy pairs are in the act of just beginning their merging operation. ARC 220 that I showed you a minute ago is well into their merging. These are just beginning. And most of the star forming activity is along the line here. They're only separated by 20,000 light years. We're separated by 2.5 million light years from the Andromeda M31 galaxy. So these are very close to each other, but there's very little distortion. The same thing with these two galaxies, except these two galaxies, NGC 5426 and 7, are thought to have formed together at the same time. But we do see some semblance of interaction. If you can see these tidal streamers between the two galaxies. That's one. The other thing is this spiral arm here is flattened out and straight. And this gigantic H2 region on the end appears to be pulled out of the line. So the fact that this doesn't curve around like the rest of the objects, and the fact of the streamer between the two of us tells that there is some interaction that is going on. But there's some thinking that these two galaxies may never form, may never actually merge into an elliptical galaxy. But nevertheless, they're very, these are fairly faint, but yet noticeable in a telescope. These are noticeable in just about any telescope. Very, very easily seen, the Siamese twins. All right, planetary nebula. I'm going to start speeding things up because I'm already running behind. But planetary nebula stars that are stars up to 8 solar masses that are going through a dying process where they're throwing off their outer portions of the star. And I kind of touched on that a minute ago, but stars spend most of their time on the main sequence where the internal fusion fires that are pushing outward are matched by the tendency to gravitationally collapse. So the star is in a state of equilibrium, and it spends 90% of its time in this equilibrium state. But eventually in the center, it gets hotter and it expands the star out so that it becomes a red giant. The outer halo floats away and it becomes a planetary nebula, which goes through the planetary stage, ends up a white dwarf, and actually will end up as a black dwarf. But it's theorized that the universe is not old enough for a black dwarf to yet exist. It takes about 30 billion years for a black dwarf to exist, and we're only 13.8 billion years into it. This year, 2003, we had William Harris, who is a recognized expert on globular clusters. Almost every paper that was written, he had something to do with, so we were lucky to have him. Sun Kwok is the reigning authority on planetary nebula. He was there that year. He's written 7 books pertaining to planetary nebula. I used his books as my source for my lecture that I gave on planetary nebula. And Sun Kwok was sitting right in front of me in the second row, and he was actually taking notes. And he said he enjoyed the talk, but even more so, he came down and enjoyed and observed with us that night. And he thoroughly enjoyed himself because he never gets to look at these things. He looks at them through instruments, through CCDs and cameras, but he never actually gets to see them. So he enjoyed observing with myself and Barbara Wilson, who was showing him the sky. And then, of course, David Levy, who's another stalwart. David has been to TSP many, many a time. He is the reigning authority on comets. David has discovered 22 comets, and I think he's written 33 or 34 books, something like this. So David has done a lot of work in the realm of amateur astronomy. This is a blow up of an alien that somebody hung from the ceiling, and it had Larry Mitchell across the front of it. Somebody undoubtedly enjoying my planetary nebula list. But these were the speakers that we had that year, and they were very, very excellent, each one of them. All right, planetary nebula come in all shapes and sizes. This is orientation, which I talked about a minute ago, so I won't go into. But if we see it from the side, we see we see this configuration. If we see it at an angle, we see a truncated type object. If we see it pole on, we see a ring. These are just a bunch of different planetaries that come in all shapes, sizes, orientations, and ages, and they're very, very nice to look at. And I love them myself. Spherical planetary are usually from single stars, not a binary star, but a single star, usually that are rotating slowly, that have a low metallicity, and they're extremely, some of them can be extremely hot. You need a nebula filter because a lot of times they're real faint. This is Minkowski's butterfly, and in this case, you can see the lobes. You can see the ejection. The torus is in here. You can actually see the central star shining through the torus, and you can see the lobes as well. So this is just a couple of images of different types of planetaries that we look at. This year we had 3 of them. I had the Box Nebula, PC22, and IC4593. In each of these cases, we're looking at the torus. We're looking at this central region here. The Box Nebula, here's a diagram of it. That is the torus. You can faintly see the lobes out the end. I have never seen them myself visually, but you can capture them in photographs. And this has multiple, what we call quadrupolar lobes. In other words, not one lobe, but you got 2 lobes on each end. And that's because the star is wobbling. As it rotates, the star is wobbling, and it throws lobes out in different directions. PC22 is called a starfish planetary because if you look at it, it's a mess. It's a very young planetary nebula, and that star is really spinning and is throwing material out through the polar regions in all shapes, forms, and fashions. What we see is the torus. We don't see this, but visually we can see this part here, and it's one of those planetary nebulae that not many people are familiar with, Pembroke Costero 22, but yet it's easily seen. It's very bright, and that's the idea of what I'm trying to get people to do, is look at unusual objects that they can see in moderate-sized telescopes, and this is a good example right here. There's a few other starfish planetaries, NHI's 2-47, Minkowski 137. They all look very similar to this. They're a mess. IC4593, you've got shells within shells within shells. Numerous shells in here that are blowing out material. You've got the initial slow wind from the red giant phase, which is expanding at 30 miles per second, and you got the fast wind, which comes in later at 870 miles per second. That fast wind slams into the slow wind, creates a snowplow effect, and causes it to glow. And that is why we're able to see this object, because you've got different wind levels slamming into other wind levels and ionizing, stripping the hydrogen and the oxygen atoms from the nucleus, from the core. So these are 3 very bright, easily seen planetaries that we have on our program. 2004, globular clusters. We had Will Tyrion that year of star chart fame. Will's wife they're from Holland. Every time she'd go up and look through my telescope, she'd come down and go, yeah, because she had never seen a lot of these things, and she was enjoying herself. I want to say a few things about my friend Barbara Wilson, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago unexpectedly. Barbara was a queen of globular clusters. She had seen just about all globular clusters in the Northern Hemisphere, with the possible exception of UKS1, I suppose. I'm not sure we ever saw that one. But if you dial up a globular cluster on the internet, chances are you will see an observation by B. Wilson. That's Barbara. She loved these things, and she was very, very good at observing them. For many years, she was my favorite observing partner. Barbara had a love of the sky, which was infectious. She got everybody around her caught up in it. She co-authored a discovery paper of IC1257, which was a globular cluster. So she had something to do with discovering that. She and I came up with something called the Ain't No list, which stands for the Association of Individual Nebula and Things Nobody Observes list. We did this in 1988 as a lark, and the thing caught on. Some of the objects on there was to observe Alan Shepard's golf ball on the moon, observe a neutrino, observe a sun glint off of Voyager 1. But we also had some things that we got snookered on. We put some things we thought were doable, but yet impossible, such as a galaxy within 1 degree of the Horsehead Nebula, and we gave an award for that. A naked eye visible sighting of an elliptical galaxy. We gave an award for that. And Barbara got snookered on another one. One of our objects was the arrow that points to the celestial North Pole, and Amelia Goldberg nailed her on that one. We put an arrow on Amelia's telescope and pointed it at the North Pole, and sure enough, we awarded her a certificate. These certificates were black poster paper with black writing on it, and people killed themselves to get these things. But anyway, Barbara is no longer with us. I don't think TSP will ever be quite the same without Barbara. And Barb, if you're looking in, we miss you. We really do. She was fun to observe with. Palomar 8 was on the list. Palomar 8 is one of the brightest Palomar globular clusters. Its distance is only 18,000 light years from the core of the galaxy, and it's resolvable in most telescopes. It's part of a galactic stream of globular clusters, which we're thinking are captured objects from maybe other galaxies. Tarzan, actually Tizan 3 is how you pronounce that. Tizan 3 is another globular that's in near the core of the Milky Way galaxy. And I want to stop here and explain something, which is metallicity. It's typically referred to as iron over hydrogen ratio, and it's any element heavier than helium. Some people put lithium in there, but essentially when the Big Bang occurred 13.8 billion years ago, it created hydrogen and helium and a smattering of lithium and nothing else. So anything heavier than an atomic number of 3 had to be formed in the heart of a star. And we can use the metallicity content to determine the age of that particular object, because it takes so many millions or billions of years for certain metals to form. So that is a very, very good age candle, and it's what astronomers use. So Tizan 3 is a very metal-rich globular cluster. Most globular clusters are metal poor because they're old. Globular clusters are the debris of the galaxy. As planets were debris of our sun. Our sun formed out of a gas cloud, and what didn't form into the sun formed planets. Milky Way galaxy, our spiral Milky Way galaxy, when it formed, the debris that did not form into the Milky Way galaxy formed globular clusters. So Tizan 3 is a little bit different, because those globulars that formed with the Milky Way are all on the order of 11, 12, 13 billion years old. They're very old because our Milky Way is very old. So when we see a globular like Tizan 3 that is metal rich, which is minus 0.73, it's very close to the sun, we automatically think it came from somewhere else. It's not part of our Milky Way galaxy. And in this particular case, it's part of a galactic stream of other globular clusters. And they have found so far 5 of these events, 5 of these streams. So they think in the past, 5 galaxies have merged with our Milky Way, and possibly 3 smaller galaxies have merged with our Milky Way. And they can determine that by these galactic streams of rich metallicity globular clusters like Tizan 3. The youngest globular cluster is Tizan 9, and it's Tizan 7, and it's only 9 billion years old. So that is very much younger, and this obviously came from somewhere else, not from our Milky Way. Ago Tizan dismissed all these Tizan globulars as being totally impossible to see visually. Me, Barbara, and probably quite a few other people have seen all of them. So don't let the experts tell you can't see something until you try, and that's the whole premise behind this advanced observing list.
All All right, so stay tuned for part 2 because there's lots more of that info coming. Larry's talks are always just an amazing knowledge dump. You know, it's one of those things you have to watch over and over and over again to get all of what Larry's saying because it's just so good. And again, I know we talked about this, Joe, last time, but it's like being at Texas Star Party when you hear Larry's talks. It makes you feel like you're there.
Yeah, it's incredible because Larry can take something you've never even thought of, right? And he talks about how he will actually get his ideas for these lists from professional astronomy journals, magazines, and things like that. You know, things that we're not reading normally because we're normally reading, Sky and Telescope. But you know, he spends a lot of time sifting through a lot of professional data to come up with these lists, and he just retains it all. And every time I listen to Larry, I learn a lot, and I'm looking forward to the second part of that presentation there.
Absolutely. We got lots of other stuff coming too, guys. More t-shirt giveaways, more all kinds of other giveaways. But I guess now we should do the Great Texas You Must Not Be Present to Win giveaway part 2, right?
I think that's a fantastic idea, Will. And we gave away 3 prizes earlier, and we're going to jump into the next 3 door prizes. So any objections to that?
I second the motion, Joe.
All right. I don't hear any. So door prize number 4 is a Caldwell card from Sky and Telescope, graciously donated as a door prize from Sky and Telescope, one of our distribution partners, or I shouldn't say distribution, our broadcast partners here tonight. They've been very gracious with all of the door prizes and allowing us to stream through their platform. But the winner of tonight's Caldwell card from Sky and Telescope is Victoria Catlett from Allen, Texas. Victoria, congratulations on winning that card. I have something similar. I actually have the Sky and Telescope Messier card like that, and it's fantastic. I use it out in the field all the time. It's a wonderful, wonderful piece of equipment to have in your arsenal there.
Absolutely.
All right. Our good friends over at Vixen Optics, the Star Guy in Berlenbach, have donated a Poro Prism binocular, 7x50 binoculars here. Really good pair of binoculars here. And the winner of those binoculars is Tong Liu from Dallas, Texas. All right. Congratulations, Tong.
Nice.
You're going to get, yeah, you know, the thing is you can take those binoculars out to TSP and you know, we talked about the large Dobsonians, things like that. You don't even need those. You could spend the entire time out there with these binoculars and never get bored.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the 6th door prize here tonight is looks like a Pluto globe from Sky and Telescope themselves. So I don't have the Pluto one, but I have a moon globe from Sky and Tel. And these things are fantastic. Lots of detail. Lots of markings. You could spend hours literally looking at this thing. It's just fantastic and a great way to kind of reimagine the planet in 3 dimensions there. And the winner of this is Jay Barney from Houston, Texas. Congratulations, Jay. So for each one of these winners, we'll contact you offline. Just confirm your contact information, where to ship these things, and have them sent over to you. So thank you all. Appreciate everybody who signed up in the past and is eligible for these prizes. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Congrats. And again, for those of y'all watching live tonight, keep watching. We're going to give away stuff to y'all, and there's a trivia contest coming. So if you think you've got the brain power, we want to see your skills. And
absolutely.
For those of y'all wondering, you may be wondering, where can I get one of these cool TSP t-shirts that Joe and Will are wearing? You can find them here at texasstarparty.org. And if there's a banner at the top, if you go to the second banner at the top, you'll see the shirt. You'll see this exact shirt. You'll want to click on that, and then you can fill out the little form here. And you put your name, address, all that fun stuff, what kind of size shirt you want, and get your payment stuff in there. And it's a beautiful t-shirt. It's actually really nice. It's a good quality. It's not those thin, weird t-shirts you get sometimes, you know. It seems like it's a good quality t-shirt. I'm just scared I'm going to stain it because I know how I drink coffee. It's all over me. It's going to be ruined in no time. So I'm probably going to have to end up picking up another one. But
yeah, always have the second one there. Like I said, these are fresh from the runways of Milan and Paris. So get them while they're hot. They're part of the summer 2021 collection, and it's a great t-shirt. So yeah, you can order those there at the texasstarparty.org website.
Absolutely. Get on there and get those done and get your piece of history, because this is the first ever virtual Texas Star Party. And so you can own a little piece of that. And I guess, Joe, it's time to move on to our next segment, which is the wonderful folks at the Fort Bend Astronomy Club. They're going to show us how they do what they do. And the man of the hour, there he is, Tony. Is the president of the Fort Bend Astronomy Club. Tony, how you doing, man? We're good to see you.
I'm doing great. Can you hear me okay?
We certainly can.
We got you.
Super.
Awesome.
I just wanted to let folks know the original plan was to have our club members out at the East Dome, which is ours out at the George Observatory, along with the 3 to 5 deck scopes. But as of last Friday morning, we had to make a judgment call whether that was going to be possible. And when you're looking at 7 days of thunderstorms in a row and potential Brazos Bend River flooding, we had to make a judgment call, and we called off doing it live. So what we've done is taken data that we've acquired from doing what we call EAA at the George, and we're working with that this evening. The Fort Bend Astronomy Club, I'm president of the Fort Bend Astronomy Club. We've been around since 1984, and our volunteers have provided the majority of the George Observatory volunteers since 1989 when it opened. It is located out in the middle of Brazos Bend State Park, which is about 30 miles to the southwest of downtown Houston. And the George has 3 observatory domes, the East Dome, the Research Dome, and the West Dome. And our club owns the East Dome. I should mention that the George Observatory is owned by the Houston Museum of Natural Science. And pre-pandemic, that is before March 2020, the George was open every Saturday evening for public viewing through telescope eyepieces. And the guests actually got to go inside of the 3 domes, and each of the domes has at least 2 telescopes, and you end up using whichever object you're looking at with the best telescope for that object. What I'd like to do is share my screen here.
All righty.
And I'm going to shut this off real quick. I'm going to share my screen. Share screen. Share screen. And I'm going to go to this one. Can you see my aerial photograph?
We can.
We certainly can.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to back up once. Stop sharing. This is one of those technical glitches.
Oh, it's always fun, right? Trying to figure out online. And the cool thing about this is we may not have to worry about this too much longer. We may be able to just meet in person eventually, right? I mean,
yeah.
That's open. One of these days.
Yeah, and for those who live in the Southeast Texas area, the George Observatory is also the home of the Astronomy Day event that, weather permitting, we put on annually there, and it's a fantastic place for that type of event.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Joe.
It's you, Tony.
This actually was your segue to the Astronomy Day. This was an aerial photograph that one of our club members took of the George Observatory getting set up before an Astronomy Day. And right here we have the East Dome. Then right here we have the Research Dome. And then right here we have the West Dome. And you can see we have this huge deck area that goes around it. And so it affords visitors out there pre-pandemic a lot of opportunity. What we've done from the since COVID, and when we reopened in March of 19th of 2021, we put the guests are no longer allowed inside the observatory. We've got monitors outside of each observatory, one here, one there, one here. And then we've got 3 deck scopes that also have monitors over here on the deck. That way we can adhere to proper social distancing and so forth. I'm going to stop sharing real quick here because I'm going to try to play this video and see if we can get that to go. Share screen. Can you see my video over here, Joe?
Not quite yet, Tony.
Okay. I'm going to stop sharing. Screen 1, screen 2, cancel.
It's one of the joys of technology, right?
Yeah. I'll just let that. I'll let that go. EAA at the George. When we were talking with the George about reopening, we needed to come up with something to adhere to the social distancing and the attendance limits. And so what we developed, FBAC developed and implemented, is EAA at the George, electronically assisted astronomy, for remote viewing outside the domes. And we use ZWO cameras attached to whichever telescope we're using. We use the SharpCap software to do the stacking of the images. Most of the images we're doing to where they're about 10 seconds per image. And then we're using maybe 50 images. And then we stack them and display them on a 32-inch high-definition monitor outside the dome. Because of the social distance and the attendance limits, we had to come up with stations so that we could spread people across the deck, and it's worked really, really well. The interesting thing is we can, if it's cloudy, we still have stuff to show the guests when they come out. And like I said, unfortunately, we've been experiencing thunderstorms and cloudy weather the last 6 weeks, so that actually kept us from capturing current sky views, etc., and doing our live demonstration as it was originally planned. We're going to talk tonight about EAA at the George. Then we're also going to talk about the differences in field of view of telescopes and cameras in different setups. It's amazing how different the telescope views can give you. And then the interesting wrinkle is all of a sudden when you put a camera on there, the cameras also create different views. So we're going to talk about that. And then we're also, quite a number of our club members are very deeply into astrophotography, and we're going to show some images, but we're also going to show some comparisons between EAA images and astrophotography images. And by the way, I should clarify that EAA images are typically, you're really not manipulating the image at all. There's really, other than stacking, you're really not doing much of any processing. And with that, our first presentation is going to be by Jeff Lepp, who is co-chairman of the East Dome and a very exceptional astrophotographer. And Jeff is going to talk about the East Dome and more in depth about EAA at the George. So I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Appreciate that, Tony. Thank you.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Jeff. How are you?
Oh, doing great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Tony. I am Jeff Lepp, co-chairman of the East Dome, as Tony said, and we are responsible for the operation and the maintenance of the East Dome at the George Observatory. It is basically an 18-inch f4.5 Newtonian telescope on an equatorial fork mount, which is nice because we don't have to worry about meridian flips with a German equatorial mount. And you have to flip it to the other side once you reach the meridian, which is an imaginary line between the north and south. The scope has been in use since 1994 and has been credited for over 300 asteroid discoveries by our A-team. So that was back in the heyday. Nowadays, they have these massive surveys that find asteroids, and they changed the rules on granting discovery rights. So we don't do much of that anymore. But we do use the East Dome for public viewings, as Tony mentioned, most Saturday nights when the weather's nice, and when it's not, we have our playback that we're going to do. And then for special events like meteor showers and spring break, we're also open. So the Fort Bend Astronomy Club is not only just responsible for staffing the East Dome, which is ours, but as well as the other dome and deck scopes as well. Before COVID, on a typical night, it was not uncommon for us to have 200 and 200 or 250 folks coming through the East Dome. So we'd have to march them in and up the ladder and look through the eyepiece. And so that was quite a busy night. But with the advent of COVID, we've had to retool and retrain, as Tony mentioned, due to having to keep social distancing. So what we did basically is we acquired some camera equipment, a ZWO 294 camera that we use as the imaging camera, which is a 4/3 size chip, so it's not extremely large, and it gives us a field of view of approximately 1/2 degree by 1/3 of a degree. So we got a pretty small field of view. And then we also have a guide scope, which is just a 4-inch Orion refractor doublet that we use a QHY3 178 guide camera on it, because the mount is old and requires a little bit of help keeping on target. Even though we're doing short exposures. And then we have a Botnoff mask that was actually laser cut by a gentleman by the name of Roland Fields from the Houston Community College. That is really great because it helps us focus really quickly. Otherwise, we'd have to fumble around getting the focus, and the Botnoff mask just makes it so much easier. So you can see the Botnoff mask here to the lower left. And then, as Tony mentioned, we put a 32-inch monitor outside the dome so that people can safely social distance. You can see that the dome's kind of tight. So back in the day of eyepiece viewing, we'd march people in and march people out, and we'd have a line around the back of the dome. So actually, this is actually a little bit more enjoyable than getting all those people through the domes. But we do look forward to going back to eyepiece viewing again, because that's there's something about looking at an object with your own eyes that the camera just can't convey. So basically, we mentioned that we're using EAA, which is electronic assisted astronomy, and what it is it's not astrophotography. With astrophotography, you take a bunch of photos, generally long duration, and then you go home later and you spend hours and hours and hours processing that data and come up with a pretty picture that you hope will get maybe printed in a magazine or image of the day, or hopefully the Holy Grail, which is a NASA APOD. But with EAA, you're essentially observing through the camera, and so you're taking short exposures. In the case of the East Dome, 10 seconds at 120 gain for this camera, which is a magical setting where the read noise drops down. And we use a process called live stacking using SharpCap, which is written by Dr. Robin Glover. He's in the UK. And lots of people use the software. It's great. It's easy to use. But what it does is it takes the individual images that you take and it averages them. Most people think stacking is additive. It's not additive. It's an average of the images. And what that does is it reduces the noise and improves the signal. So we're always looking at improving the signal to noise ratio. And the other thing that SharpCap does, which is really cool, is allows us to play back exposures that we've previously taken so that we can simulate live observing, which is what we'll be doing here tonight. I'll be doing that next. And we use that, as Tony mentioned, for cloudy nights so that the people that show up at the George still get the benefit of seeing something that we would have seen on a clear night. You're just not seeing it live. So I always tell everybody it's not live, it's Memorex. So I guess that kind of dates me, Memorex. Many people probably don't know what that is. So anyways, so the object I'm going to demonstrate is going to be the famous Great Orion Nebula, M42, which is in the constellation Orion. You can see the little box around it, and is a sword of Orion. And this is a Stellarium capture of the actual date it was taken. So this was taken on April 10th by a gentleman in the name of Paul Knoll, who was operating the scope at the time. And so this is the actual elevation it was. So if we look at the detailed information here, we can see the altitude was at 22 degrees. So it was pretty low in the sky at the time we took it. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch over to SharpCap. And so basically to do a playback, instead of connecting to the camera, we're going to open what's called a folder monitor camera. And what that does is it allows us to play back the frames as if it was being sent from the camera. So the first thing you have to do is actually select the folder. So I'm going to select these FITS files, and that tells it the type of files that we're going to do. And then it loads one of the frames. Okay, so the first thing you notice is the image is very dark. We can see some stars, and we can barely see the core. And that's typical of a linear image that has not been stretched. So this is in kind of what's called the native format of the data. And in order to actually see it, clearly with the human eye, I'm going to click on this little histogram auto stretch here, and so boom, wow! All of a sudden, wow, it stretches it. Okay, so this is one single 10-second frame, And what we can see here is it's pretty noisy, okay? And part of the live stacking process is it's going to reduce that noise. But one of the things we also do is we don't actually cool the camera because it's just another complicated step for operators. We're trying to keep things as simple as possible. So what we've done is we've taken some dark libraries at various temperatures, and so the operator can select a dark at an ambient temperature that's close, as close to, this one was taken at 70 degrees, plus or minus 5 degrees. And for what we're doing is close enough. If you're doing astrophotography, you want that temperature to be exact. But for EAA, close is good enough. So I'm going to apply the dark, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to advance to the next frame as if the camera recorded the next frame. And it darkened. Well, that's because it applied the dark, so I have to restretch it. So after I restretch it, you can see the noise is a little bit better, but really the main benefit of the dark is that over time as we process, these little blips will show up, blue, green, red blips, and those are hot pixels. So we want to apply the darks to eliminate that, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and rewind this back to the first frame. And then I'm going to reset the histogram. Okay, as you can see, I've got 55 frames here total. Tony mentioned to me about 55 frames. And then I'm going to start the live stacking. So I'm going to hit live stacking here, and you'll see this little area here pop up. And this is what we call the big histogram. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and reset that. And I'm going to hit the play button. Okay, and once I do that, it's going to start playing the frames at a rate. It's set the maximum right now. I'm going to set it to 1 every 4 seconds. Normally it would be 10 seconds, but we're going to speed it up a little bit so you get a little bit of the effect of what we're going to do. So now it's already stacked 3 frames, and well, you can't see it that well because I haven't stretched it. So we can do an auto stretch here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it manually so you can see what that looks like. So I'm going to slide the midtones. You can see as I slide the midtones, it brightens up, but the background becomes really bright too. So what I want to do is I want to slide this black level all the way past all this noise right here. This is noise. And you can see that, well, it starts to become darker. Okay. So that's looking better, but yeah, it looks really red. Well, the reason why it's red, the camera's actually green sensitive, but we had some red lights on in the dome. So those red lights are kind of reflecting around. So the image is kind of overly red. So what's really cool is we have these little adjustments here. So I'm going to reduce the red. And when I click down here below the slider, it's going to reduce the hump. You can see there's a little histogram hump here, and the red's starting to go away. And as we bring it closer to the other 2 humps, you can see that the red now is almost gone. There's still a little red dominant here. So click on it a few more times, and voila. Okay, now it looks like, now it looks like we're green dominant, but what we'll do is the blue looks a little low. So we'll click here and move the blue up a little bit. And let's see if we can make it look a little better. There we go. So that's looking a little better here. And so you can see here the background looks a little more neutral, probably still a little bit greenish, so we might click down there a little bit. There we go. So that looks good. And so basically, as the frames click, our signal's going to improve. And let me go ahead and minimize this, and then you can see. So this is at a pretty good image scale here because it's 2,000 millimeter focal length telescope. We're definitely oversampled because we've got fairly small pixels. Oversampled means if that's actually something that was derived by Harry Nyquist, and it was more for audio, but it's also used for imaging. You can be oversampled or undersampled. In my astrophotography, I'm actually undersampled, which means that basically we got more resolution going on than what the telescope can really provide us. So anyways, so we can see some of the dark lanes. We can see some of the red nebulosity here coming out, which is really cool. And then you can see the trapezium was pretty well resolved. A lot of times in astrophotos, you can see that the trapezium is really blown out completely. And that's because we're taking short exposures. But we can still blow out the trapezium if we want to by sliding this slider over here. And so now you can see that it's getting brighter. So we can see, so this is one of the things, we can get more detail, but when we blow out the core. So let me go ahead and raise the black point a little bit to reduce the background. The core still, core's a little bit better now. But again, it's kind of a trade-off. It's how much do you want to blow out the core to how much you want detail you want to provide. So during the public viewing, this is what we show the public, and we have somebody outside explain to the public, okay, this is the Great Orion Nebula. It's a star nursery. It's the brightest nebula in the northern hemisphere, and it's 1,400 light years away from us. And we explain, the differences in the colors here, the The reds are the hydrogen alpha areas, which is the emission nebula, which is it's absorbing the energy from the hot bright stars and it's re-emitting it. And the blues that you see here, that's the reflection nebula, which is similar to what the sky does. It scatters the light and becomes blue. So it's got a little bit of all the different types, dark nebulosity as well. And there's various things we can do with this. We click over here in enhancement. We can do some additional sharpening here, so we can sharpen a little bit. It just tweaks it just a tad. And you can see here it's now finished stacking. It's gone through all 55 images, and then usually after we spend enough time on an object, we then switch to the next object. Now, the last thing I wanted to mention, and Joel's going to do a better job of explaining is this object's bright enough to where I only had to manipulate this histogram, but some of the fainter objects, this histogram here, these two kind of complement each other. This is kind of a fine-tuning histogram, and it has its own midtones, black level, that you can tweak and adjust. You can see the red here is still probably a little bit more dominant, so I can tweak the red down a little bit more, and you can see it adjusted it here now where the red's more level. So this gives you kind of the big picture of the histogram, and this gives you a fine tuning picture. And Joe will get in a little more details. He does that much better than I do. But anyway, so that's basically what we do for live stacking. It's takes a little bit getting used to. We've had to train our operators because they were all visual operators, and since I had a background in astrophotography, it was kind of fell on my shoulders to kind of train everybody and do all that. So I'm going to switch over now and back to a presentation. And the next object I'm going to show, I'm not going to live stack, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a pre-live stack image of M81, Bode's galaxy. And this one here is very difficult for us because if you can see, it's facing to the north, and that's Houston from the George. And there's a lot of sky glow, light pollution, whatever you want to call it. And so that prevents us sometimes from seeing some of the fainter details. And you would think M81 would be a great object because look at the magnitude, it's 6.94, but the surface brightness of the outer arms is actually quite faint. And that's the hard part. The core is easy. Core is easy to get. It's the outer arm. So this was also done by Paul Knoll on the same night, April 10th, and he actually got 464 10-second images. So that's quite a lot. But the core is well defined, but the outer arms is extremely faint, and so it was very difficult. And we had to manipulate the secondary histogram in order to get that to show up. Okay. And so at a darker location, it would have showed up much better. The George is about a Bortle 5, maybe 5.5, so it's not the darkest. But to the north, it's even worse because, again, that's where the Houston sky glow is. So what I wanted to show you is when you take the data, and again, as you capture this data, you save it to FIT files, and you can actually take it and process it as an astrophoto, which is what I did. So the tool I use is PixInsight, which is a professional processing tool that I've spent many years learning how to use. And so what would it look like if I took the same data just with the darks? We don't take flats because it's difficult to take flats with the East Dome, so we get a little bit of vignetting. But as an astrophoto, that's what it looks like. So much more. So this is a dramatic difference. You can see the difference between if you take it and spend hours processing afterwards or do it a live stack. You can get much more detail. We can see also the star spikes starting to show up here. The outer arms show up much better. You can see some detail here in the outer arms. The core even looks better. You can see the dark lanes showing up better. So let me flip back again and show you the difference. So this is what you get with EAA, which is great and impresses the public. Okay, you can still see it. It's like, oh, this is a galaxy, so many million light years away, and then this is the astrophotography version of it. So that basically concludes my part of this presentation, and I believe Joel Brewer's up next, and he will tell you about EAA that he does in his own personal observatory. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Jeff. Thank you for that little presentation. I mean, it's different to know that there's a difference between the EAA and astrophotography, but it's really cool how you guys are implementing that. You adapted, you overcame, and that's why we love the George. That's why we love FBAC. So thank you, Jeff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, it was a huge effort to do that, and a lot of people put in a lot of time. in it, and it was actually quite a short notice, and we actually got it up in our first night at the George that we opened up. It was a beautiful, clear night sky, and it was a resounding success.
Awesome. That's what we'd love to hear.
Thank you.
And so next, it looks like we have Mr. Joel. How you doing, Joel?
I'm doing fine. Hopefully my internet stays up, and you'll be glad to know that when I looked outside, I could see Venus, and it's almost perfectly clear.
Wow.
Yes. The first time in I don't know how many weeks. I've lost track. And I'm sure the mosquitoes are that thick.
I'm sure they are. Yeah.
They're hungry.
Yes. I believe I've shared my screen. So it's just, I'm going to continue on what Jeff talked about. If I can get my screen up here like that. Okay, what I've got is another playback of a previously recorded image. What I'm using is Boyd's Nebula, which is M81 and M82. Now, my field of view is going to be much larger than what Jeff had, in that I'm using a Celestron 8-inch LISA telescope, which is an f2 scope. It's coupled with ZWO ASI 294 color camera, which is a CMOS color camera. And this was actually recorded back on December 7th of 2020. And what I'm going to do is just go through a few of the details of how we actually process within SharpCap as the image is being acquired, similar to what Jeff did, maybe hit on a few other points. One of the things we use this for, of course, is outreach. I have my own observatory and I have grandkids. And one of the things that started getting us about a year or 2 years ago is that my eyes aren't quite as good as they used to be. My wife's eyes aren't as good as they used to be. And our grandkids still have relatively good eyes. Granddaughter, probably needs glasses. Grandson, probably not. We were spending a lot of time focusing the telescopes. Now, there's more telescopes than just a 8-inch. There's actually a 17-inch that the 8-inch is actually mounted on top of. And a talk later on field of view, I'll show you the actual apparatus. But let us go into the live stacking now. And let me get it started by pressing the go button under capture profiles. There's the first one. Like in Jeff's case, you can see the images starting to flash, and you don't really see much other than a few stars. You can see the spectrum down here at the bottom. And if I pause this, I can do a kind of a stretch. I can stretch it here, auto stretch, and make sure I've got my galaxies. And I've got M81, M82, and it looks like NGC, 3077 is also readily visible here. So M81 looks to be about 6.77 magnitude visual, while M82 is 8.02 magnitude. They're both about 12 million light years away, and they've previously had some interaction with each other. But let's start back up the summation now, or I guess it's actually averaging. So it should be, there it goes, there's 8. And we can look at the alignment. As this goes, it tells us how many pixels it's having to shift the images so that they're aligned. You can see this down here at the bottom. You can see that that one, it didn't shift much. That one, it did. Other thing that it does, I have Sigma clipping turned on. And it is clipping a little bit, which is good for getting rid of a few hot pixels, or maybe a satellite that came across later on. It wasn't in the first 4 or 5 frames. You can also look at your guiding. You can connect to PhD2, get guiding through here. It can do automatic dithering back through PhD2. So you can do filtering by amplitude of what it analyzes your images are doing. Or you can look at your drift data. And at the time this was being taken, my scope was not perfectly aligned as far as polar alignment goes. So I'm getting nice straight lines, but I'm drifting. So I'm probably not guiding in here. The other thing I'm not doing is I'm not applying any darks or any flats to this. Generally, when I'm just showing people and I'm going around really quickly, I don't bother with flats or darks. It's, it makes a difference, but it's not a major difference. The main thing that I do, and I actually let my grandkids do this, I just unstretched the image. I reset everything. My grandkids like to adjust the colors. I'm red-green colorblind, so they will come over and help me with this. And this will keep them occupied for hours as we go through different objects. You can take button 1 on these sliders that are next here, and I like to align. I brought the red up to match the blue. I'm going to take the green down by doing button 1 and clicking below the slider till it lines up with the blue. I'm going to stretch it again. You'll see that this bar is the black level, mid-level, white level. It brought the black level up to the middle. The background got nice and dark, and it looks like it's through stacking now. It's done 49 images. So we can actually finalize our color corrections. And as Jeff pointed out, there's this small histogram underneath the control profiles or capture profiles. This is actually related to this one. It actually changed when I stretched this. This little one changed. But you can see that it's not lined up the same. So this is more of a detail. I'm going to bring the red down to match the blue again. I'm then going to find a black level up here, which is way over here against the edge. Button 1 on it and drag that dashed line over close to the middle, release button 1. Then I'm going to come into the middle, the mid-level dashed line in the small histogram, and drag it over. And watch the detail come out. You also notice that a lot of noise is coming out. So I've probably overdid it. So I come back down. I bring back over to the dark, black level a little, bring it down a little, bring this up a hair more. I can come up to a zoom area that's up in the control bar at the top. And let's zoom it up. You can start to see some dust lanes in here. And let's see if we can get any more color. It looks like the blue could come up a hair. It's never clear what you're seeing on different monitors. The blue, it didn't really do much, but one of the other sliders is base grain intensity. You can actually make it be grayscale, or you can make it be more colorful. Somewhere in there is probably good. And we can take this down a hair more. And we're still at 50%, which means 50% of the pixels aren't being utilized. If I take it to 100%, that's where we're at. You can see that it's a little splotchy, but then this is 50, 10 second. So it's 500 seconds of exposures, all this is. Okay. And again, my grandkids like to sit here and play with these colors, change them around, make them what they want. And then we generally come down and under save, you can save various things like 16-bit stack of it, or you can save exactly as you see it, which, except for the zoom, is all the color corrections you've made, all the adjustments to the back level, movements of the spectrums. And generally, the way I have it set up, I save a PNG as exactly as I've seen, and then I save a 16-bit FITS file so I can play with it later in Pixel Inside or something like that if I wish. Now, other things you can actually do with the program, you can set it up to interact with your telescope mount. As long as it's ASCOM, it will go for most. I use it with a Celestron and an Astrophysics mounts. You can also make it work with different types of focusers. I make it, it does a good job of utilizing, I can't remember who makes this one. The links is by Optech, and it, it's the same type of a setup using a USB 3 or USB 2 or wireless connections back to the computers. Beyond that, that's about what I've got for this point in time. It does, like I think was touched on, you can control the temperature of the camera, and it will show you all of that at the bottom. It'll show you the temperature of your camera. It'll show you what frame you're on. It'll show you how many frames you've dropped. All types of information comes through. And if you wish, you can save all of the frames that it captures, so you can process them later. So that, I believe, I will turn it back over to you, and we'll talk more about all this in a field of view talk later on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Paul is actually saying, great job, Joel. So
thank you.
I think I have to agree with him. Great job.
I think it was a fantastic job. Yeah. Good stuff there, Joel. Thank you.
Yeah.
And to continue the conversation, we've got another member of the FBAC group here, Sonny Manley. Sonny, can you hear us okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
We certainly can. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
Doing well. Thank you.
Been enjoying the presentation so far.
Yeah, it really is fantastic. And look, the Fort Bend Astronomy Club was a recipient of the Omega Centauri Award for all the outreach efforts that you guys have done. And you guys certainly had a good system in place prior to the COVID pandemic. And it looks like you guys have just, modified what you're doing and are continuing to chug along. So we certainly see why you guys are renowned for your outreach efforts.
Absolutely. So Sonny's going to share his screen, it looks like. There it is. Yeah, there it is. All right.
Okay. Well, my name is Sonny Manley. I'm a member of the Fort Bend Astronomy Club as well as the Houston Astronomical Society. I'm also a volunteer at the Houston Museum of Natural Science at the Georgia Observatory. Things get caught up here. Which, as Tony said, is located in Brazos Bend State Park, about 30 miles outside of Houston. So tonight I'd like to continue the EAA discussion and show a few more examples of what's possible with EAA. But as Jeff and Joel have already shown you examples of the live stack, I'm just going to show you the final images and talk a little bit about the power of image stacking. Gotta have my cursor over here. There we go. This is, I said I'm a volunteer at the George. I usually provide one of the deck scopes. And this is a setup from the first night when we opened up back in March. And complying with the COVID-19 guidelines, I sit back here. The table here has my laptop. It's connected to the telescope, which in this case is my 80 millimeter refractor. I have the ASI 294 color camera attached to the telescope, and running SharpCap on my laptop, and then displaying the image on the 32-inch monitor. And the guests can sit out here and safely watch what we're showing. My first image is going to be one that we've seen tonight earlier that Jeff showed, M42. But as Joel was mentioning, you get different views with different telescopes. And so Jeff showed the 18-inch telescope, which had a 2,000 millimeter focal length, and my telescope has a 560 millimeters. So I'm showing quite a wider field of view than was available to the 18-inch. And this is just a single 10-minute sub, and it looks like, hey, we're starting to see some data. I'm not using any darks or flats or uncooled. So after a minute, so we've taken 6 10-minute subs, adjusting the histogram, as Joel and Jeff were showing. We're really starting to see the Orion Nebula and the nearby so-called Running Man Nebula. But we got a satellite trail that came through sometime during those first 6 exposures. Well, as Joel mentioned, stacking will help with that. So we let it stack for 4 more minutes. So we're a total of 5 minutes, and we're pretty much erased that satellite trail. But we got another one, came right through the Orion Nebula this time. So we continue to let it stack. And so after, whoops, I'm sorry, I went the wrong way. After 15 minutes, we end up with the final image here, and the satellite trails are essentially gone. Again, the only processing here is changing the histogram levels, and we're able to see the Orion Nebula in all its glory. As Jeff mentioned, it's about 1,400 light years away. Stellar nursery. The red glow is from hydrogen alpha emissions, as the active stars in the core ionize the hydrogen that's present in the cloud. So it's a great example of what's called an emission nebula, one that actually emits light. In contrast, we have the Running Man Nebula over here, which is a reflection nebula. And there, the gas and dust are just reflecting the light from the stars. And the scattering produces the blue color. The third type of nebula that we have are called dark nebula, and we see them here and in between the Running Man and the Orion. And this is just where the dust and the gas in the nebula are so thick that they're actually obscuring the light that's coming from the emission nebula. Our next image is the iconic Horsehead Nebula. It's kind of a difficult image, or difficult visual image, but with EAA, we're actually able, after say 15 and a half minutes of 10-second subs, actually able to get a pretty good view here. And of course, this is the dark nebula, the horsehead shape, superimposed on the emission nebula behind, which is why we can see the the Horsehead Nebula. And we have another emission nebula here called the Flame Nebula, which is also crossed with some dark nebula. Interesting thing is the emission nebula in the background that actually provides the illumination for the Horsehead was discovered by William Herschel in 1786. It was like 102 years later, in 1888, before the Horsehead Nebula was actually discovered. That was discovered by Wilhelmina Fleming off a photographic plate. The final image is the M82 or Cigar Galaxy. This is the one Joel was just showing. This one was actually, I took this in my backyard in Missouri City, Texas, which is a suburb of Houston. Jeff mentioned that the M81, M82 area in the north at the Georgia Observatory was hard to get. Well, it's even worse here. I'm closer to Houston, looking over Houston. But this is with my C8 F10 Celestron Schmidt-Cassegrain, the ASI 294. I did cool it, and I used the Master Dark and a flat. But this is just 17 60-second stubs. Again, it's a ZAA, not astrophotography. Just manipulating the histogram. We're able to see some detail in this starburst galaxy, which is about 12 million light years away. And its star formation started about 100 million years ago after gravitational interaction with the nearby, much larger M81 galaxy. And the star formation here has run at an accelerated pace, perhaps 10 times in the core, the smaller core of M82 compared to the entire Milky Way galaxy. And that really concludes my talk tonight. I appreciate your attention and clear skies.
Awesome job, Sonny. You guys, I mean, you guys are proving to us again and again that y'all are some of the masters of outreach. And we really appreciate that for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now we do have a little break we're going to take right now. And I think what we're going to do, I think what we have is a T-shirt. Is that what we're going to do, Joe?
Yeah, I think it's time for a T-shirt giveaway, Will. I think now's a good time to start getting in the keywords there. We're going to have a different one this time around than we did the first time, right? For the first T-shirt giveaway.
We are. So what you're going to do again to be entered to win this high-quality T-shirt for 2021's Texas Star Party is you're going to want to enter this hashtag into the chat wherever you're watching from. Now we're going to be getting back to the Fort Bend guys in a second. We're going to take a little commercial break here, but the idea is to give y'all enough time to get that. Well, it just went away. Get that. I went off the screen here. Sorry. There we go. Get that hashtag in. You want to do that, and basically we're gonna draw one winner to win another T-shirt. There they go. There the comments come.
Starting to see them come in. Yeah, everybody get that hashtag Sky and Telescope in there to be eligible to win that T-shirt. Like I said, we were in Milan just last week for Fashion Week, right? These haven't even hit New York Fashion Week yet. Everybody's scrambling to get these shirts. So use that hashtag Sky and Telescope on whatever platform you're on, and we'll be able to see those come in for the drawing. But
I see them all come in.
Yeah, until then, let's go ahead and hear a little bit from some of our advertisers here.
Ready for a new kind of telescope experience? Unlock the power of your smartphone to help you navigate the night sky. Introducing StarSense Explorer by Celestron. It's fast, easy, and accurate. In minutes, you're ready to take a guided tour of the universe. First, dock your smartphone and launch the StarSense Explorer app. Unlike other astronomy apps, StarSense Explorer aligns precisely with your telescope and uses sky recognition technology to pinpoint its exact position in the night sky. Follow the simple instructions, and in seconds, the app generates a list of all the best objects currently visible in the night sky. Select an object from the list and follow the on-screen arrows to the desired object. As you move the telescope, StarSense Explorer recalibrates its position in real time. The bullseye turns green when your object is ready to view in the eyepiece. It's that simple. StarSense Explorer works anywhere in the world, no cell signal required. So whether you're in your backyard or a remote dark sky location, the universe is yours to explore.
From the time it took Voyager to leave the Earth and reach the edge of the solar system, I went from being a baby to a high schooler to a university graduate to a worker to a business owner, and now I'm a husband, a father, a postgrad student, a science communicator, a musician, a YouTuber, and a backyard astronomer. I've been lucky to reach this point to be able to buy some of the best equipment an amateur astronomer could dream of. But there's one thing I can't afford, and that's time. Astronomy has made me a more patient person, and the constant drive to get better and collect more data to capture the wonder of the cosmos is something I have to balance with everything else in my life. So when I see a telescope with a lower F number, I know that its value to me is far greater than money alone. A telescope's value is not just the sum of its parts. It comes from how much you can get it outside and how much you can get out of it. That's why I jumped to buy the Celestron RO Acumen Schmidt Astrograph 11. Its 620mm focal length at f2 allows me to capture the incredible southern hemisphere nebulae, sometimes within a single night, but always with revealing depth and signal. I've been shooting the universe with the RASA 11 for years now, and it's allowed me not only the satisfaction of sharing these unique views from my end of the world, but also to detect and track asteroids, which is an area I'd love to explore further. The RASA 11 easily crosses that divide between a consumer scope and a scientific research-grade observational telescope for discovery and analysis. The real limit for the RASA 11 is really how far I'm willing to take it, and it's nice to have a telescope that I won't outgrow for a long time, because time is the only thing we don't get more of.
All right. Thank you, Celestron. Awesome spot. And we're going to just keep going and jump into our next spot, right, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I wanted to say, I'm seeing a lot of people coming in with the hashtag Sky and Telescope hashtag on whatever platform they're on in order to get in on the t-shirts. I've seen a few people put Sky AND. You want to make sure to type it in exactly as you see it down there at the bottom. Sky and the ampersand telescope. Sky ampersand telescope. Sky and telescope there, so that you get entered into the drawing. So if you haven't had a chance yet, go ahead and put that in and get entered for that drawing, because we're going to give that away when, Will? Right after this ad, right?
Just a few more seconds. That's right.
There we go. So be sure to be doing that. That's awesome stuff there. And Will, not sure if you're on mute, but
I'm always on mute, it seems. Yeah. One of those buttons you have to push, isn't it?
It is, right? But I thought that was a fantastic set of ads. Several wonderful advertisers there. Celestron, all the great equipment that they have out there, some of which was talked about by the previous folks from the Fort Bend Club and what they use for their outreach. And then, of course, the Prude Ranch, X-Bar Ranch, wonderful, wonderful places to observe. And look, if you want to observe some southern skies without having to hop onto an airplane to do that, you can always use Chilescope, right? Be able to remotely operate some of these telescopes so that you can get any of the photos that you want. So with that, Will, you've got the hashtag down there below. Last chance for
last call
to get in.
Last call,
right.
Get the hashtag in, whatever platform. Remember to use the ampersand, like Joe said, spell it just like you see here, no spaces, no nothing like that, and you're going to be entered to win because, yeah, Joe's counting down. It's over.
I'm counting down. All right, we're ready to draw. Let's do this.
All right.
Going through everybody here. Who's going to win the T-shirt? Like I said, hottest fashion item of the summer. And the winner is Kelly Miller.
One of our gatekeepers at Texas Star Party, someone I've worked the gate with many times. Kelly, great.
Awesome.
Great job. You win a T-shirt. You don't have to buy one this year.
She gets a T-shirt. And Will, where should she send an email to so that we can get in make sure we get her size and everything so that we can get the T-shirt over to her?
Down there at VTSP at texasstarparty.org. Kelly, that's where you're going to want to send your email so that we know who you are, where you are, why you are, and we'll send you the T-shirt.
Awesome stuff there. Congratulations, Kelly. And hey, Will, I'm still kind of feeling like I'm in that giving mood.
Yeah.
Yeah. You think it's time to give away some more door prizes?
I think so. Let's do it.
All right, let's do this. You guys ready for more door prizes? Let's do it. All right. So for another pair of Poro Prism binoculars, some 7x50s here from our friends over at Vixen Optics, the Star Guy and Berlbach. The winner of this particular door prize is our good buddy Dana Lindstrom. Dana, congratulations. Dana is in Galveston. I didn't know Dana was in Galveston. But either way, Dana is, what's that?
That's just where he likes to be.
There you go. But Dana is the winner of these binoculars graciously donated by Vixen Optics, Star Guy, and Berlbach. Okay, next we've got a $50 AstroZapped e-gift certificate. So anybody who's got a telescope, needs accessories, and AstroZapp makes some of the best accessories out there. This $50 AstroZapp e-gift certificate is going to Javier Castro out of San Antonio, Texas. Javier Castro, congratulations. You won the $50 AstroZapp e-gift certificate. And we also have this Hubble Optics 5-star artificial star. Wonderful for, I'm guessing, alignment, right? Collimation and whatnot, or? I've never used one of these, Will.
The Hubble's, for collimation of various things. It's like a star. You put it way off and you look at it, and then it doesn't move.
Wonderful. So you always need one of these in your toolkit.
Always.
And the winner is Keith I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Venables from Cambridge, United Kingdom. We've got a shipment going overseas, so congratulations, Keith. That's absolutely fantastic.
Keith was in the chat not long ago. I know it was 1 a.m. when we started, so it's probably close
right
now. So
absolutely. So I think we're going to keep going. We have a few more door prizes to give away here. Last two door prizes of the night. Another set of Poro Prism binoculars from Vixen Optics, Star Guy, and Berlbach. The winner of these binoculars is Megan Weesey from New York, New York. Again, hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I know a few Weeseys as well. Megan is the winner here. And the last door prize of the night, again, another set of Poro Prism binoculars. Vixen Optics was very generous in donating a number of items here. And the winner is Dean Solomon from Tucson, Arizona. So congratulations to everybody who won a door prize tonight. We've got more to come tomorrow night, plenty more door prizes. So be sure to tune in for your chance to win those door prizes.
Absolutely. Got a lot of cool stuff coming, guys. A lot of cool prizes donated to us by our advertisers and friends. So congrats to all the winners.
Absolutely. Let me go ahead and get us off of this. And Will, I think somebody had mentioned there was some difficulty in getting to the auction site earlier.
Yeah, and I just pulled up the wrong window, I think. The auction has been fixed. Let me remove this screen and share the right tab. But the auction has been fixed. We're not exactly auctioneers. We didn't want to sit up here and be like 22.592, so we didn't want to do that. So what we did is we set up this auction, which is basically, if I can share it here, maybe to overview, auctions and view. And now they are public. So again, X-Bar Ranch, a 3-day, 2-night stay at a premium cabin. I think I'm going to bid on this myself, actually.
Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing. And Will, it's not quite showing that other screen. It shows the...
Is it still showing the wrong one?
Yeah, you may want to reshare that.
Well, I don't know why I did that. That's odd. Okay, well, at any rate, that thing is open now, and we do have a link that we can flash on screen, maybe, that will show us. I guess it just didn't change at all, did it? Wow, that's very strange. I'm going to stop it then.
Yeah, there's a link below. So texasstarparty.betterworld.org/auctions/VTSP auction, VTSP-auction. That'll take you right to those. Because of the glitch, nobody has bid yet. We'd like to see a lot of people starting to bid in. Starting bid for both of these packages is $50. These two-night stays are worth a lot more than that, and it's a great opportunity to get in, help the Texas Star Party, but also get some dark sky opportunities as well, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing is X-Bar and Prude Ranch both known for their dark skies. So if you're into astronomy, or you just want to get away to a dude ranch, go hunt some horses and whatever else is out there in the wild, you'll want to do that as well. So, okay, so I guess, Joe, we move here and we go into our trivia contest, which is something I'm excited to see.
Yes.
Don and Joe have done a great job with this trivia contest. So I'm excited to see. I can't play. I wish I could, but I can't play. So I'm just going to watch and learn and maybe eat some cotton candy.
That's how I feel every time we do these trivia contests here. So it's like a nice sugar rush for me. So for those of you who were with us at the beginning, we kind of went over how to do this, but we'll do it once more for everybody else. Just so that you can participate and see who's going to win these wonderful prizes that we have here. So, not to repeat myself, but I'm going to repeat myself. Here are the rules. When you log into the platform, if you've done this already, it should keep your name in the system. But if not, you're going to be prompted to log in. Make sure you log in with your real name so we know who's who. Don't use the nicknames that it might give you. Don't change the nicknames to a different nickname that you may have. Otherwise, you might win, and we just don't know how to get a hold of you. Okay? You're going to have 15 seconds to answer each question, no more, no less. If you get the question right, you get points. If you don't get it right, you don't get points. However, the faster you answer the question correctly, you get more points. So the longer you wait to see the answer and then the answer afterwards and get it correct, you get fewer points than answering it quickly. Okay? Everybody understood that. Now, to get to the to the quiz, to participate, you can open up a browser, go to use your smartphone. That works pretty well too. Go to www.menti.com and use the code 6958760. Again, it's 6958760. Or if you've got a smartphone and you can scan that QR code, it'll take you directly to our quiz here. And we're going to give everybody a minute or two to go ahead and get signed in, get logged in here as well, and we'll take it from there. So while we wait for that, Will, do you have any new comments that are popping up on screen?
Well, we do. We have the Courtney Project saying she's going to bid on it. And so I would love for that. That's the wife. Go ahead and bid, wife, and in the weekend at the X-Bar, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
Dean said, congratulations to all the winners, not winters. Matthew says, excellent presentation. Thanks for putting this on. Well, thank you for joining us, Matthew. We really appreciate that. And Sheena said, we're doing a great job, Joe. So I guess we are. I mean, all we have is you guys to tell us whether we're doing a good job or not.
Appreciate that, Sheena.
So yeah, and we appreciate you guys. And so again, just find the QR code, turn on your camera, on your cell phone. It'll bring up a little web page thing. You just click on it and enter that code 6958760 right at the top of the screen there, and that's going to put you in for the trivia contest. And 10 questions, Joe?
Yeah.
And again, more points for fast, less points for slow, and there you go.
Let's get at it then. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to get in who wants to get in. If not, there's still a little bit of time to jump in here. So we'll go ahead and start with the quiz. All right. Question 1 of 10. I see all the participants in there. Again, last minute to get in. Menti.com. Use the code 6958760. And now we're going to start.
Lots of fun emojis popping in.
That's right. I'm seeing more and more people join. All right. On December 1st, 2020, the iconic Arecibo radio telescope collapsed. It was featured in several movies. Which movie was Arecibo not seen in? Alien in 1979, GoldenEye 1995, Contact 1997. 3 seconds left, folks. Get your answers in. Time's up. And the correct answer was Alien. So most people selected that one. And congratulations for answering correctly there. If you didn't answer correctly, like I said, don't quit, because it's amazing how quickly you can go from the bottom back to the top here.
Yeah.
All right. So after the first question, who is in the lead?
Stingalicious, I don't feel like is a real name. So
Stingalicious, yeah. Unfortunately, Stingalicious.
Yeah, we were
Not
pretty
sure
clear the rules here, so I don't know. Rusty, I don't think you're going to be able to win, but okay.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the next question. Question 2 of 10 here. Answer fast to get more points. Sorry about that. Having a little bit of a glitch here. All right, here we go.
There we go.
After a landing, NASA engineers dubbed 7 minutes of terror. The Mars Perseverance lander touched down safely. Where did it land? Gale Crater, Meridiana Planum, Jezero Crater, or Gusev Crater?
I know the answer. Can I put my hand up?
Yeah. Go ahead. Raise your hand, Will.
I got it up. You just can't see it.
Most people said Gale Crater. No, it's actually Jezero Crater. So the most recent landing was in Jezero Crater. So again, like I said, you can go from the last place to first in no time here. So congratulations to everybody who answered that correctly. And we'll move on to question 3 here once we see the leaderboard.
Ooh. David took a commanding lead there, it looks like.
Yeah, David Tillman. All right. So Mars Rovers, landed at all of these sites. So don't feel too bad if you missed this question. All right. Question number 3.
What will it be?
What was the original cost for a 1-year subscription to Sky and Telescope magazine mailed to an address in the U.S. in 1941? Was it $2, $3.25, $5, or $7.50?
I wasn't alive then. I don't remember that. I can remember.
All right, time is up. Most people selected $2, and that is correct. It is $2 indeed.
That was a day's wage back in those days.
Yeah. So who's leading now?
Oh, let's see.
Julie F is in first place now.
All right.
Taking over there. Excellent.
I see a good run.
That's right. That $2 subscription is equal to about $33.50 today, and today's $54.95 subscription rate equals to about $325 in $1941.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah. Question number 4.
Here we go.
Answer fast to get more points. This constellation, known by the name of the hero of Greek mythology, is known for its great keystone and 2 true gems of the night sky, M13 and M92. Is it Orion, Hercules, Cephas, or Perseus?
I know the answer.
Yes. Time is up.
Boom.
All right. The vast majority got the correct answer there, and that's Hercules.
Hercules.
Question 5. I discovered the period luminosity relationship of Cepheid variables, stars now used to measure distances to far-off galaxies. Who am I? Carolyn Herschel, Henrietta Leavitt, Vera Rubin, or Annie Jump Cannon?
This is a tough one.
That is a tough one.
I have a thought, but I don't know. Let's see. There we go.
People said B, and they're absolutely correct. It is Henrietta Leavitt. Made tremendous contributions to astronomy that are still pertinent today.
Absolutely.
All right. Question number 6. Charles Messier led off his famous list with a very interesting object. The common name of M1 is the Crab Nebula. What type of celestial object is this? Is it a supernova remnant, a reflection nebula, or planetary nebula? 3 seconds to get your answers in. Yeah, most people got this. It's a supernova remnant that was actually visible about 1,000 years ago or so, and was documented by the Chinese. So congratulations to everybody who got that question correctly. Question 7. In August 1977, a volunteer at Ohio State University's radio telescope found a possible signal from ET. Still a mystery today. Name of this signal. What's the name of the signal? Is it the X signal, the WOW signal, the cosmic ringtone, or contact 1?
I like the sound of cosmic ringtone.
Yeah. I think I have that on my iPhone now.
Yeah.
Most people said the WOW signal, and that is correct. It is the WOW signal.
Wow.
Absolutely. Exactly. All right, let's take a look at our leaderboard here.
Ooh, lots of points, Julie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dave Rivenberg has taken the lead here. Joe Abbs is second, Joe Figola is third, and everybody else there has an opportunity to catch up.
All right.
Question 8. Here we go. Which moon in our solar system has the smoothest surface of any known solid object in our solar system? Is it Europa, Titan, Pluto, or Io? Which one is it? And the answer is not my head, by the way.
I was about to say that exact thing. Dang.
Most people chimed in with Europa, and they are correct. It is indeed Europa. All right, question 9.
2 more.
Galaxy M64 is a single galaxy located in the constellation Copa Berenices. What is its nickname? The Egg Galaxy, the Box Galaxy, the Silver Needle, or the Black Eye Galaxy?
I know this one.
Yeah, beautiful object to look at in the telescope.
Yeah, definitely.
Most people said the Black Eye Galaxy, and those people are correct indeed. All right. Lastly, congratulations, Courtney.
Yeah, 1 out of 10 ain't bad.
The last question. This is your chance to come back. What is the term used when 2 astronomical objects simultaneously have about the same right ascension or about the same ecliptic longitude? Is it solstice, conjunction, or syzygy? Right. There you go. Thank you. 5 seconds left, folks.
This is a tough one. This sounds like an FAA question.
Time is up. Most people came up with conjunction.
Ooh.
And yes, it is indeed conjunction.
Conjunction.
That is number 10. And you know what? We're going to keep people hanging on.
Ooh.
We're not going to reveal who the winner is quite yet. You've got to stick with us and get a bit more astronomical education and everything else. And afterwards, we'll go ahead and share who the top 3 winners there and what the prizes that they won are.
That's right. And that was fun. That was a lot of fun. I wish I could have played along because I think I'd have done pretty well. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
And again, Jason, part 2 of Larry's talk is coming up soon. You can watch the beginning of that later if you want. After this is all over, it's still always going to be archived online. And it's on the Houston Astronomical YouTube page as well. Houston Astronomical Society's YouTube page. You can watch it there if you want as well.
Absolutely. All right. So we will share the results of the quiz after we're done here, but let's get back to our friends over at the Fort Bend Astronomy Club and Joel Brewer. Yeah, we were going to bring Joel back, correct? Or yeah,
that's right. Yeah. So let's see where Joel is. I know he's out there somewhere.
There he is. Joel, you're on mute just in case. You'll have to come off mute there.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
It went back to mute.
It's good now.
We're good now.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to do a little talk about field of view. Vince, we've seen these scopes from the George Observatory, and I've shown a few, and others have shown a few images, and pairs that you get a different image out of everything. So let's talk about how that all works. So let me bring up a slideshow here. Slideshow. Okay, are you able to see it?
We are.
Certainly can, yeah.
Miracle of modern technology. Internet hasn't crashed yet.
That's right.
Okay. So let's start this off. We've discussed what EAA is. So let's just look at a few other things here about it. We've talked about using subframes, and generally they're from 2.5 seconds up to 30 seconds. You generally do limited guiding. Integration time, which is actually averaging, is usually from 5 minutes to 30 minutes. For what I'm going to show, that's basically what we're going to be doing. The biggest thing we use EAA for at the moment is trying to keep people's attention, and we can't really have them touch the eyepiece. So this is the next best thing we can come up with, and it really does give good views of objects, but sometimes objects are small, sometimes objects are big. How do you determine what that all means? So I'm going to show you some comparisons between different telescopes and different cameras and talk about how you compute the actual field of view for combinations. What I have is a 17-inch AG IDK telescope, which operates at f6.7. It is an astrograph. You can use it for optical with an eyepiece if you wish, and I used it for a long time that way. Mounted on top of it is a Celestron Raza 8-inch, which is an f2. These two scopes, the field of views are considerably different. The 17-inch with just a standard camera, which in my case, I've used a ZWO ASI 294, and I now have a ZWO ASI 2600 mounted on the Raza 8-inch. On the IDK 17-inch, I have a full frame camera, which basically means it's the size of an old 35 millimeter film. I've used a ZWO 094 and a ZWO 6200. In this list, you can see the pixel sizes, how many pixels there are, and the diagonal of these cameras. Two of them are for the 294 and the 2600. They're relatively the same. There's a few millimeters difference in the diagonal, quite a bit of difference in the number of pixels. And when you move to the 094 and the 6200, there's a lot of difference in the number of pixels. There's some difference in the size of the pixel, but the diagonal is the same. Now, like I said, these are both mounted together, and that the 8-inch is on top of the 17-inch, and all the scopes are mounted on Astrophysics 1600. Let's see. As far as the software, we're going to be using SERPCap. In this particular case, I have to use the 64-bit version because the camera has put out quite a bit of information. The larger ones, the ZWO 094, and especially the ZWO 6200, is a very lot This is a lot of megapixels on it. The 6200 actually is a 62 megapixel camera. So it's putting a lot of information out. For controlling everything where the scope actually points, I used Sky Safari 6 Pro Planetarium software. Everything we're going to be talking about is computer control through a single computer back to a office. So in the observatory, like I said, we have the 2 telescopes. Here on the right, you can see the big scope, which is the black AG IDK 17-inch f6.7. Mounted on it is the Celestron LASA 8-inch f2. On the LASA telescope, the camera is at the front. It is only good for astrophotography. That's what it's designed for, and that's what it does very well. The AG, or the 17-inch scope, the camera is more conventional and is at the back where you'd have a eyepiece. You can see the AP mount and all the wires. So if you look at the other part of the building, this is what controls everything. Obviously, if you're in here at night, your night vision is pretty well gone. This is designed for basically outreach, showing people all the images on the screens so you can have multiple people. Everything is controlled from the 2 4K monitors at the bottom. One of the monitors is then duplicated up to a TV so people can see. Then there's an Android pad down here on the table that is duplicated up to a 4K TV so that everyone can see the star charts. You can also bring up more professional images, and so they can compare back to the images being taken at the time. Okay. Now, what I was going to use for the real time at the George, if we had good skies, was the LASA from out the observatory. I pulled it off and I put it on top of Celestron mount and put guide cameras on it. So this came into my garage and was all set up, and it started raining. Rained for 3 weeks. I should have known better. Okay, let's talk about how you actually do the field of view calculation if you're using a camera. So here's a link to some software, or it's just a little spreadsheet you enter in information on, and it'll tell you what your field of view is given a particular telescope and a camera configuration. So basically, you need the chip size, which is either the width or the height, and the focal length of the telescope. And if you want to know the width, because most of these chips are rectangles, if you want to know the width, you use the millimeter size for the width. If you want to know the height, you use the millimeter for the height. If you want it in degrees, you simply use this conversion, multiplied by 57.3, arc minutes, multiplied by another 60. Arc seconds, I think there's another 60 in there. But simple formulas. And then the Emmy scale is relatively simple also. You simply take the field of view and whatever units you've got it in. If it's arc seconds, you put that in here and you divide by the total number of pixels that you have. And the units will be field of view per pixel. Now, one of the catches to this is that I'm using color cameras, which are RGB. So they have red, green, and blue pixels. But when you actually get a color picture out of it, you still have the same number of pixels. So somewhere back in the electronics of the camera, there's been, or maybe it's in the software you're using, there's a calculation done that has to do a little bit of interpolation to get the pixels back. So these aren't true Emmy scales, and they're not true field, well, the field of view is probably true, but the image scale probably is not quite right. So if you're also looking at the resolution isn't exactly what you compute out if you're trying to compute it, which is a more difficult problem. So let's look at some of the combinations. In the left-hand chart, we can see the cameras, the width and height in pixels, the pixel size, and the basic rectangular frame size of different cameras, and then the diagonals. You can see that the first two, which are basically the 35 millimeter frame type cameras, are both the same. You can see that the 2600 and the 294 are similar, with the 2600 being a little bigger. Now, it also turns out the 6200 and the 2600 are 16-bit cameras, where the 94 and the 294 are 14-bit, if I remember correctly. And here are some telescope combinations. These are just the scopes that I have laying around. You can see that there's quite a variation here from 2, 6.7, 3.6, 4, 10. So here's the bottom is a chart of combination of scopes, cameras, image scale, and then the field of view. Now, you can see that the IDK, the 17-inch scope with the 094 and the 6200, field of view didn't change when I changed cameras. Image scale did, though, because I packed more pixels into the same area. If I look at the RASA with the 294 and the 2600, you can see that the image scale did change and the field of view did change. I actually gained field of view. So it's moving forward again. Some of the things you have to consider, though, is that image scale also has impact on what you can resolve. The larger the field of view, the lower the image scale using the same camera. Increasing chip size may be too large for the scope's best imaging area. So when I changed the Celestron 8-inch from a 294 to the 2600, I took the risk that my new diagonal size of the chip may be outside the range of what the scope was good for, and it may have problems on the edges. In my case, I don't see that. I think I'm still good. In the case of the IDK, it didn't matter because the chips are basically the same size. So then you have to also consider pixel size, because that reflects on your image scale and your resolving, what you can actually resolve. How many bit depth is it? 10, 14, 16? Are you going to do color or mono? And then there's other things. Some of the newer cameras are now backlit instead of frontlit, which means where the actual wiring is at, and has to do with whether you get electronic noise. So let's moving on. Here's a comparison between the LASA with the 294 and the LASA with the 2600. There's significant difference in the exposure, which on the left is 61 subs at 10 seconds, so only 610 seconds. On the right, we have 189 subs, 10 seconds each, 1890. So it's easy to see M84, M86, and lots of other galaxies. On a picture like this, I actually have my grandkids come in and count how many galaxies they could see in this field of view, because this is a fairly large field of view. Now, there is a difference. If you look at the distance between galaxies, it's not quite as much on the right as it is on the left, but it's not a lot. But if I go to comparing the LASA with the 2600, to the 17-inch IDK with the 6200, then I get a lot of difference. The white box on the left is basically the field of view of the 17-inch telescope. So one of the things you have to think about is, what do I really want to see? Am I going to be looking at little things, or do I want to look at the big picture? And again, there's other thing that comes into play is that the big telescope required that I use a 20-second exposure instead of a 10-second exposure. The LASA could do it with 10 seconds, but the 17-inch scope, the SharpCap software would not align the images till I went to a 20-second exposure. Okay, moving on to the next one. Here we have more galaxies. And again, the white box outlines the basic field of view that's going to be in the 17-inch scope. So on the left, we have the LASA with a 294 camera. And on the right, we have the IDK with the 6200. These aren't a little bit of difference in the exposure, but not a lot here. But again, on the 17-inch, I had to use a 20-second exposure. For the subs on the LASA, I was able to do a 10-second. And again, it comes down, do I want to see this? Or do I want to be able to get all the galaxies? And if you actually had this on a screen, like I do in the observatory, you can zoom these up and you can see that these are galaxies and start to get more detail. But you get a lot more detail on the right. The colorations will be also different because every camera basically behaves slightly differently. Now, I am applying darks and flats here because I'm doing this in a more controlled environment because the scope and everything remains set up. So here's M5. And in this particular case, they're the same exposures. There's 15 subs of 10 seconds each. The software doesn't have any problem with this because it's a fairly bright object. But the detail on the right image is significantly more than on the left image from the LASA. But it's what you want to see. This is an object where you'd probably want to use a larger scope with a higher F number so that you get a narrower field of view. You can actually tell that this star is a double star. Where on the left, even if I blow this up, all I can barely tell is that the star isn't quite round. I cannot really split it. Okay, here's an example of a galaxy. This is M81, which I think we've seen previously in other images or other talks. You can see here, again, white box goes to this in the 17-inch. You can see that the dust lanes are really visible here, where here, if I zoom this up, you could tell it's there, but you're still not getting the detail. But then again, I'm not going to get to see this, the M82 or this NGC object down here. And 10 to 1, there's more galaxies. Here's another one up here. And it's really hard when you're doing outreach to know which is going to be more impressive. Showing someone a single galaxy or showing them there's all these galaxies this close together. Well, there you go. It's M105 and a lot of its neighbors. Again, there's a lot of neighbors. In the wide field, there's all kinds of neighbors here. Where here, not so much, but you get to start seeing detail in this one. And actually, this one, the Raza has more exposure. It's at 10-second exposure, and it's up to 2,050 seconds, where the 17-inch is 20-second exposures, but only up to 1,800 seconds. And I've still got more detail. More galaxies here. You have to consider, will it actually even fit? And in this particular case, these just barely fit. Once again, I had to use, for the 17-inch, I had to use a 20-second exposure to get it to average the images together. And that's basically what I've got. You just have to consider what do you really want to show and what do you want to see? Are you into big picture or the small picture? And work out the math to get the camera to match the scope and match the resolution, theoretical resolution of the scope. And what do you really want to do? I think my timer is going off, so I'm done. I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. Very cool. Yeah, field of view plays a crucial role when you're doing, whether it's visual observing or astrophotography, EAA, whatever you're doing. Field of view is definitely important. So thank you, Joel. It's great stuff.
Absolutely. And I think we're going to bring our buddy Jeff Lepp back on.
Yeah, there he is.
Jeff, you're on mute.
Oh, yeah. That
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Glad to be back. So just wanted to comment, the picture behind me was actually something that I got from Joel. He printed out the horse head on a kind of like a blanket. So I thought that was kind of cool. Anyways, I want to talk about my astrophotography. So I'm going to switch to my slides here. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. I've been doing astrophotography now for about 7 years, and this is not the setup, obviously, I started with. I started with a rather simple beginner setup, but for sake of time, I'm just going to go with what I've got today. So this is basically my telescope is Takahashi FSQ 106 EDX, which is a very well corrected refracting telescope that I bought from Land, Sea, and Sky. It's one of the benefits of having Takahashi America in your backyard. You just drive there and pick it up. Then my mount is an Astrophysics Mach 1, which is a very accurate tracking mount that I've had for several years, and it's just been great, worth every penny. I use a Starlight Express filter wheel with an off-axis guider, so you can see the filter wheel here. And the off-axis guider coming out of here, there's a pick-off prism which redirects the light. So a little QHY guide camera is what I've got. And then I recently upgraded my focuser. I wasn't quite happy with the stock focuser, and so I bought a Moonlight Nightcrawler, which is about half the cost of the TOC. So it wasn't cheap, but it is a very accurate focuser. And it also has an auto rotator, which is kind of cool. So it will actually rotate to whatever angle I want. And I've got multiple cameras. These are just two that I have. My CCD camera, or CCDs are kind of like going out of style these days because everybody's going with these CMOS cameras. But this is my SBIG STF 8300 monochrome, and it's monochrome camera, but I can take color pictures because I've got a filter wheel with these Astrodon 36 millimeter color filters, and I also have narrowband filters as well. And then I have one of these 294 cameras for EAA and color imaging, which is, it's kind of fun to image with a one-shot color. But monochrome is really kind of where I started with, and I recently bought a ZWO 2600 monochrome camera as well. I just hadn't had time really to use it. So going on to my software, I use Sequence Generator Pro. There's lots of software out there. This happens to be one I've been using for most of my time. And it does automated image capture. So I could basically set it up, plan my target ahead of time, frame it. It does plate solving. It does autofocus. It does automated meridian flips. I can basically set it up, go to sleep, wake up in the morning, and I got all my pictures taken if everything goes well. If something goes bump in the night, it can even text me that something's gone wrong, and I can run out and and see what's going on, clouds or something or whatever. Guiding, I use PhD2, which is pretty much gold standard. It's open source software, free. Even though my mount tracks very well, guiding is still beneficial and keeps the stars pinpoint. PixInsight, I've mentioned earlier in my previous presentation, I use that for image processing to do the complete calibration, alignment, stacking, and the post-processing. Then I also use StarNet, which is a useful tool, which was actually written by HAS member Nikita Misiura. And I had actually the honor of meeting him out at the dark site a couple times. And this is very useful for creating starless images, which are kind of cool, but even more important for creating masks that I could use for advanced processing techniques. And I've got an example of that in my images. And then the new shiny toy is this Topaz AI denoise, which is artificial intelligence software, which sharpens and denoises your image. And you have to be extremely careful that you don't overdo it with this, because it'll actually create artifacts. But I also have an example of that in my images as well. So moving right along. So the first image I want to talk about is M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy. Was taken on January 2020 at the Houston dark site with the 294 color camera. And this image was actually published in the June 2020 Astronomical League Reflector magazine. It's only 3 hours of integration time, which is actually kind of short for imaging. And one thing I wanted to point about this image is the fact that this target is not an optimal target for my telescope. I have a short focal length telescope, 530 millimeters. And what I did was I used an image processing technique or a method called drizzle, which basically helps increase your resolution of your image. And you have to do certain things like dither, which is move between each frames and so forth to take advantage of that. But it will increase the resolution of your image. So this is actually the image that we're looking at here is approximately twice of what the regular resolution of my telescope is. And Joel mentioned the thing about interpolation with color cameras. Well, with drizzle debayering, it actually gives you more accurate interpolation or more accurate color representation of those pixels, because each pixel is only measuring one color and it interpolates the other colors. And so with drizzle, it actually gives you even better interpolation or calculations of those colors. And I don't think you can do drizzle with live stacking. So this is something you can really only do with post-processing. 120-second exposures. This object's 28 million light years away in Canis Venatici as the constellation. I pronounced that right. The next image takes a second to load. This is one that I'm pretty proud of. This is the Iris Nebula that I also took at the Houston dark site, again with the 294 camera. It was also published in the December Astronomical League Reflector magazine. This is a little more time, 5.1 hours. Now that may seem like a lot of time, but for this image, it's actually quite short. And the dust shows up really nice. I processed this one really hard to bring out the detail of the dust, which shows up really nicely. But when you looked at it really close, it was pretty noisy. So I used my new shiny toy, Topaz AI denoise, to actually reduce the noise in this image. So even though a lot of people, they put 10, 15, 20 hours into this image, and it actually made it look like I had a lot more integration time in it than I actually did. But you see the nice blue reflection nebula, and then all this wispy dust, which I think is really cool. These type of objects I really get into. So the next image I want to show you is what I call my blue pelican. This is a false color image using narrowband filters. And I took the oxygen O3 data at the HAS dark site because O3 is actually still susceptible to light pollution. And for my backyard, it wouldn't have turned out as well. So I took the O3 data at the HAS dark site, but I took the hydrogen alpha and the sulfur from my backyard because they're pretty resistant to light pollution. So took this with my CCD camera, so very long exposures, and to get the blue to come out more, because this is a Hubble palette, so I mapped the oxygen to the blue channel, the HA to the green, and the sulfur to the red channel, which is the Hubble palette. It's what's called the Hubble palette. And to get the blue to really come out, I took really long, with CCD cameras, you take really long exposures. With CMOS cameras, not so long. But with the O3 filter, I was taking 40-minute exposures, where I was taking, I believe, like 30-minute exposures with the HA filter. So there's a lot of integration time, over 20 hours of integration time. in my Blue Pelican. The stars are actually RGB stars. I took that with my color filter, so I actually merged color stars in with my image. Normally with narrowband images, the stars are kind of magenta color, or they may be white. But I've recently started putting color stars in the images. So moving along to the next image. This one here is one of my favorite images, actually. This is the Cave Nebula that I took on a trip to a darker site. So the HAS dark side is what a Bortle 4. This was taken near Lost Maples State Park in Texas, in Vanderpool, Texas, at the Lost Maple River Lodge. And I was out there on vacation, and I thought I'd take my telescope out, and I only had one clear night, but it was a glorious clear night. It was a wonderful clear night. The rest of the nights were all horrible. So I took this also with my CCD camera, 7.8 hours. This is an example where I set it up with my software. I let it run all night. I went to sleep. I woke up in the morning, and I had all my data there. And so it was pretty good. I like this picture because it's got the three types of nebulae. It's got the red emission nebula, and it's got the blue reflection nebula, and it also has the dark nebulas. It's the dark nebula that blocks the light. So it's really cool when you look at it and you zoom into this particular image. I also use some advanced processing techniques with this that I learned from Adam Block. I subscribe to Adam Block's studio, and he's got some advanced techniques that help keep control of the stars. One of the hardest things about astrophotography is the stars. Okay, you think it's simple. Stars are simple. They're just points of light. But what happens is when you process and you heavily stretch the data, the stars bloat. And that's one thing astrophotographers look at to see what is a good picture. How do the stars look like? So I used some advanced techniques, and I used Nikita's StarNet to do that. And so you have to mask out the stars and when you stretch it and then put the stars back in. And that's where StarNet really shines and what you really use for StarNet 4. And some people use it just to create starless images, which sometimes can look neat as well. So I learned a lot from Adam Block. My processing skills have definitely improved since subscribing to his site. And lastly, this was actually taken not with my equipment at all. It's been so cloudy lately and so kind of bummed out. And I always wanted to image some southern hemisphere objects. Now, this is barely visible to us at our latitude here, but it's very low in the sky. So what I did was I joined an amateur hosting facility, which happens to be in Chile. Observatorio El Sos, I don't know if I pronounced that right, is the actual observatory. Telescope Live is the vendor. And so I purchased some time on their telescope system, and it wasn't really a telescope really at all. It was a camera lens, an Nikon 200mm camera lens, because this object is extremely large. This is the Vela supernova remnant, which is a 12,000-year-old supernova that's 800 light years from us. And this is a bicolor image. It was only taken in hydrogen alpha and oxygen 3, and I did take RGB stars. And the essentially the red channel is where the hydrogen alpha is, and the green and the blue is where the oxygen was mixed into. And all this wispy detail here, this is the supernova remnant itself, and it's reminiscent of the Spaghetti Nebula. Some people mistake it for the Spaghetti Nebula, but this is actually much bigger than the Spaghetti. And these are some gum nebulae here as well. So this was taken with an extremely expensive Finger Lakes instrument CCD camera. They're like ridiculously expensive. And this actually won, the site that I post my pictures on is Astrobin, and this actually won Image of the Day on March 7th of 2021. So I've recently started doing a lot more of this just because a lot of my time is limited. I like to go out to the dark site, use my own equipment, but lately the weather's been horrible, and subscribing to this service has been actually quite cool. I've done a lot of Southern Hemisphere objects that I really enjoyed. So this is 3.8 hours of integration time in this particular image, and I was happy to win my second Image of the Day. My first one was taken 4 years ago, so that's how long it was between my Image of the Days on Astrobin. And to wrap things up, this is my site. It's on Astrobin, and it's /users Jeff 2011. 2011 is kind of when I got into astronomy. I bought my Orion XT8 from Land, Sea, and Sky in 2011, so that's what I used. And you can see my pictures here. Many of them have won top picks and top pick nominations. The most recent ones are from Chile or Australia. This is a large Magellanic Cloud that was taken in Australia, but some of these others were taken with my personal telescopes. You can go to the site. If you see the bronze astrolabe, that's my avatar, and you can click on any one of these images and you can see a bigger version of it and detailed information about number of exposures, the equipment used, and so forth. And that wraps up my talk. Thank you.
Awesome stuff, Jeff. Wow. I wouldn't even be able to get close to that, so I don't even want to just download your image and say I did it.
Exactly. We'll live vicariously through you, Jeff.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Great stuff. Perfect. And we'll keep it rolling here. And there would be rounding applause, I'm sure, between each of these. It's great stuff. So Sonny, I think, is who we have on the agenda next here.
All right. Glad to be back.
All the buttons to push. And I got some buttons to push. Barry says, awesome indeed. I agree. Courtney says, good job, Jeff. I also agree.
Absolutely.
So did my screen not share? Or?
We're not seeing it. Oh,
actually, it's.
Oh, three of us are trying to share it now, I think. I'll go ahead and.
Okay, let me come back in.
There it is. One of us will grab it there.
Go for it, Will.
I didn't do it. That was Don.
We do see your screen now, Sonny.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, great. We'll get going here. Just a few pictures here of some of the equipment that I use. My first telescope is my first real telescope is this Celestron C8 Schmidt Cassegrain that I bought in 1977 and still using. I use this for solar, lunar, planetary, and some deep sky. My 80 millimeter refractor that we saw earlier, I use that for deep sky. A fellow FBAC member, Joe Ellen Suter, has let me borrow a dedicated solar telescope that I've been using this year to do some solar astrophotography. But for my lunar planetary, I use the C8, and here's the back of the C8. I have a Crayford focuser on it, ZWO atmospheric dispersion corrector, Explorer Scientific 2X focal extender, and my ZWO ASI 224 color planetary camera. I want to point out the importance of proper filtration for solar viewing or imaging. Astronomy is pretty safe, except during the day. You just have to be careful that you're using proper filtration. Living in Texas here outside of Houston, you got Bortle 7/8 skies, kind of limits the astrophotography that I'm able to do at home. Luckily, I enjoy lunar, solar, and planetary astrophotography as well as deep sky. So bright objects like the moon, Jupiter, Saturn, Mars lend themselves to astrophotography and light pollution. And the main problem with solar system astrophotography really is the atmosphere. And here in Texas, we're essentially at sea level, so we're looking through a lot. Turns out that a powerful technique to lessen the effects of atmosphere is atmosphere, which is what astronomers call the seeing, is something called lucky imaging. And lucky imaging is just a technique where you capture a large number of exposures over a short period of time, hoping to catch those brief moments when the atmosphere is crystal clear. And then once the images are captured, they're analyzed for sharpness and only keep the sharp ones. And then these lucky images are stacked to further reduce the noise and produce a single image that can be further processed to produce a final image that is much sharper than any single image. Lucky imaging of the sun, moon, and planets can produce hundreds are thousands of images. So we have to use software to sort and stack. And the programs I use are AutoStacker 3 for the sorting and stacking, Registack 6 for the sharpening, and Photoshop for final adjustments. Now this is an example. I took 100 frames out of one of the Jupiter videos, and you can kind of see as it wobbles back and forth. That's the atmosphere distorting the image. Actually, the seeing here isn't all that bad. We're able to see the bands on Jupiter, the Great Red Spot, one of the moons. But what I did was I made a 3-minute video with the C8 and the atmospheric dispersion corrector, the 2X and the ASI 224, and picked up like 12,000 frames. And I ran this through AutoStacker and then Registacks, and here's the result. See, now we can see all the details that were hinted at in the previous picture. Interesting cloud bands. The dark bands are called belts. The light colored bands are called zones for whatever reason. Temperature differences on Jupiter account for the color differences. Here we see the Great Red Spot and also the moon Europa, which I discovered or found out a few minutes ago was the smoothest surface of the solar system. So what I did was I took additional 3-minute videos at 1-minute intervals over a period of about an hour, ran them all through individually through AutoStacker, Registacks, sharpened them, took them into Photoshop, and then put them in a program to create this animation. So here we're actually able to see the rotation of Jupiter over a 1-hour period. Now Jupiter is the fastest rotating planet in the solar system and rotates in about 10 hours. So, and we can also see the motion of the moon, Europa, as it moves behind Jupiter in this particular sequence. Mars is another great favorite planetary target whenever it comes to opposition, which is about every 2 years. We had a great opposition last year. So this is these are images from last fall. Unlike the previous juncture in 2018, we didn't have a dust storm this time to obscure the surface elements. Of note here is Elysium Mons. It's one of the largest volcanoes on Mars. It's actually the 3rd highest peak on Mars. The Curiosity rover and InSight lander actually landed in this part of Mars, Elysium Plains. I couldn't resist the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction in December 21st of last year. As Joel was talking about earlier with the field of view, I had to change my setup a little bit. I used my C8, but I didn't want as much focal length because I needed a wider field of view. I actually had to use a focal reducer and the ASI 294 camera to get a wide enough field of view to capture both Jupiter and Saturn in the same image. Again, this is lucky imaging. I had to brighten Jupiter. I exposed for Jupiter. I had to brighten Saturn in post-processing to bring it up because it's quite a bit dimmer. To get the moons, I actually had to take a little bit longer exposure and then combine that in Photoshop with this to produce this composite image. Lately, what I've been trying to do is capture the International Space Station, ISS, as it transits across either the sun or the moon. There's a great website called transit-finder.com, which will, if you put in your location and the times you want to look, will give you the times and the locations of these transits from your area. We've had several favorable ones this year, but they've all been clouded out. But luckily, on April the 26th, we had a very good ISS transit that was actually visible from my backyard, so I didn't have to pack up all my equipment, run out, set it up somewhere, and then try to catch the transit. Joe Ellen joined me on this venture, and we set up in my backyard in between the clouds. And at the time of the transit, we actually had just a very, very thin cloud layer. So we were actually able to capture the ISS transit last April 26th. We used the Lunt 100 THA solar telescope. So we're looking at the chromosphere of the sun as opposed to the photosphere. We used her ASI 174 monochrome camera. Since the Lunt camera only transmits in hydrogen alpha, you might as well use a monochrome camera because you only get one color. I took a 10-second capture. I started 2 seconds before the predicted time of the transit. Let it run for 10 seconds. We captured 1,000 frames, and they only had about 60 of them that actually had the ISS on it. So what I did was I extracted those 60 frames and then composited them on this image to show the passage of the ISS across the face of the sun. Interestingly enough, we're getting into solar. We've come out of solar minimum. We're getting into upbuilding of solar activity over the next 3 or 4 years, and we are actually able to also see 3 sunspots at the same time, shown here, labeled as these active regions. Now, I like to make animations. I think I mentioned that. So what I did was I took this and created an animation that I'll play here. I'll play it several times. This is pretty close to real time. Here, I'm going to press it now. And did you see the ISS cross? Do it again. There it goes. It's coming across right through here. That's it's just less than a half a second for the transit. So that's why we only got 60 frames. And then I created another version that's a little slower, so you can actually see the ISS transiting across the sun. It's about 14 times, slowed down about 14 times versus the actual transit that we saw on the previous ABI. Again, you can see if I move the cursor, you can see the active areas here on the sun. Do it one more time. And that pretty much ends my presentation. Once again, would like to thank everybody for their attention, and clear skies.
Thanks so much there, Sonny. Yes, absolutely. Really appreciate that. Okay, and next up from the Fort Bend Astronomy Club, we've got Mr. David Haviland, our good friend. Hey, David, how are you?
All right, yourself?
Doing well, thank you.
I want to compliment you guys on a really good program.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Well, you guys are a huge portion of that, so thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, David. You're y'all are doing a great job, and you do some astrophotography kind of stuff too, don't you?
Yep, a little bit. I've been doing the EAA in the West Dome as well, but I've also been doing some other things during the pandemic. So
cool. So let's get into that.
Should be up.
There we go.
All right. This is me. I'm actually in now all three clubs, and I actually started with JSCAS a long time ago. I do run either dome. Right now, I'm kind of in the West Dome helping others train people. My interests are mainly outreach, galaxies, nebula, and the moon. That's where I'm going to be focusing today. I have helped run Houston Astronomy Day a few times. Day job is not astronomy, it's actually biology. So my personal motto is cells by day and stars by night. And I've got my email here for any questions. I also have an Astrobin account, but it's loaded with nothing but lunar images so far. And if you haven't done so already, folks are more than welcome to take any snapshots of this presentation. I do want to bring up that if it's going to change on me, don't. Sometime today, computer.
Good old technology. Slipping in and helping.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to keep going a little bit and hope it catches up. I do want to emphasize that the moon is actually not our enemy. It's actually our friend, especially during outreach events. Because we need to understand and realize that most of the people that come up to our scopes have not seen the moon in a scope. I have always loved the moon. It can be observed in urban skies and is a major outreach target, as I've mentioned. Like many in the club, I was one of those kids glued to the TV on July 20th, 69, and I watched it on a 15-inch black and white TV, and I was the remote. Fast forward to about 1998, we got a Celestron Starhopper as a 6, and I pointed that at the moon before even shooting my first DSO. Lunar photography isn't quite the same as astrophotography, though, as I consider it as an extension. It requires much shorter exposures in the millisecond range, not minutes. And my materials and methods are here. I'm mainly using a Celestron CG11. It's 11-inch SCT. I've put a Crayford focuser on the back, much like Sonny has done. I 3D printed a feather touch back here, and I'm mainly using a QHY5 178 in monochrome with a modest chip down here, 3072 by 2042 with 2.4 micron pixels. You want to have your scope aligned and have as little drift as possible, but unlike traditional astrophotography, it's not a mortal sin if your scope drifts ever so slightly, because as Sonny may have mentioned as well, auto stacker helps you stack and can make up for some of those errors. My summary of the workflow is very quick. I actually use fire capture to grab the AVIs, and I use auto stacker to convert the AVIs into TIFFs. I will have AutoStacker grab and compile the best 20% of 3,000 to 4,000 frames into a single sharpened TIFF. I'll actually have AutoStacker do a little bit of sharpening, and as such, I have stopped using Registacks in my workflow, and I take it straight to Photoshop Creative Cloud. Now, I will spare the slide there because that's a full slide of in-depth nitty-gritties of what we do in Photoshop. This first shot is actually an EAA sample. The credit of this picture goes to Joel Brewer, who took it at the George. He did that with the 294. But I've outlined the mares that you can generally see here, and this is one frame. So yes, it does look a little on the wonky side. But everything from this point on was taken in the backyard at various times late at night or very early in the morning. Since I'm an Apollo nut, I'm always on the hunt for photographing the Apollo landing sites. So during this pandemic, I've set up and I'll shoot them time and time again, trying to get better resolution with each shot. Here we are at the south end of the Mare Tranquility, and if you can locate two easily recognized craters, Ritter and Sabine, as well as Mulkey, then half the battle to finding the Apollo 11 landing site is pretty much there. If you have the clarity with you in order to see Aldrin, Collins, and Armstrong, just to the southeast of Collins is the Apollo 11 landing site. Now, if you want an easy one to grab, make your way over to Mare Imbrium on the west side. If you can catch the crater Archimedes, this big open slide in here, and you come down to this mountain range and this valley, which is actually called Hadley Rill. It was a volcanic vent. I do apologize. This is late in the morning and is slightly burned out just a little bit. But Mount Hadley is sitting here at 18,000 feet. And Irwin and Dave Scott came over on their backsides and plunked down right here for a pinpoint landing. But the geography of this, much like 17 and 16, make this one of the easiest Apollo landing sites to find. In contrast, this is the Fra Mauro Mare Cognitum area where Apollo 12 and 14 landed. The Apollo 12 and 14 landing sites are not easy to find in a telescope unless you know exactly where you are, and that's a little tough because there's no major geography around them. The Snowman craters where Apollo 12 landed and the Triplet and Cone craters where Apollo 14 landed are nowhere near able to be resolved from Earth-based telescopes because some of those craters are barely 300 feet across. And many of us that shoot the moon are lucky to get under just a mile resolution. I include the landmarks for Landsberg and Reinhold craters. They're in line with Copernicus, which is off the screen, and Perry. 12 is kind of tough because it's out there in the middle of nowhere. 14 is much easier to find if you can work your way around the geography of these small hills. 16 is a little easier. If you note the segmented, multifaceted central spur peak of Theophilus, detail on this one is actually reasonably pretty good. You work your way down and you will find the craters Lindsay and Dolan B. You'll note they're fairly similar in size and actually share between them a common wall. These two are unique and you'll be hard pressed to find another pair of equally matched, dare I say, undamaged craters that are actually conjoined as these are. Once you see them, you wander your way over to these two white specks, the Smoky Mountains to the north and the actual Stone Mountain to the south, and just to the inside is where 16 landed. Now, if I hop over on not one of the better pictures, here is Sabine and Ritter, Mulkey. There's 11. If you use Sabine and Ritter as a leap point and come down to Delambre, Taylor A, you come right into Lindsay and Dolan. Here are the two white specks, and you have a picture where you have two landing sites in one frame. I'm going to shift away from the landing sites and come over to this one. I really like the way this one turned out. I personally call it the big three: Ptolemais, Alphonsus, and Arzachel. It is a common target for visual observers and photographic observers. You're also looking at history. The oldest crater is very likely Ptolemais. Note there is no central spur peak or terraced walls. It was likely made when the moon was mostly lava and semi-soft. Alphonsus to the south is a bit younger, as there is the remnant of a center peak and there is some terracing of the walls. Arzachel down on the bottom is a younger crater in very good shape with defined terrace walls and a defined center spur peak. Folks often lose perspectives as to how big some of these craters can be. Note Ptolemais is 95 miles across, or 153 kilometers. That diameter of that crater would reach from Galveston all the way to just short of College Station. Now, one of the things I've also noticed coming up in my images and those of others are these kind of rock-like rolling rock features here and here. This one is actually called the Catena, Davy Catena. How these are formed still remains conjecture to this day, but they are very interesting when you find them. Now, hopping just to the southwest of that is another favorite target called the straight wall. Our Zakel is up here to the top. And as I said, the straight wall is down here. It's actually an elevation or escarpment in the lunar surface. It's well-known, popular target for amateur astronomers and selenophiles such as myself. The shadow it casts gives the appearance of a steep cliff. It's 110 kilometers long, roughly 2 to 3 kilometers wide, and has a height of about 240 to 300 meters. While it appears to be a vertical cliff, it's believed to be a relatively shallow grade of about 45 degrees. This was an interesting study in the moon's libration. I had never seen Humboldtitanium as clearly as I've got it here. This was taken on November 19th on 2020. I do apologize for being just a hair out of focus. I was on the hunt for lunar objects and literally just stumbled upon this and found Lady Luna was basically showing me her left shoulder. At the bottom, I have a NASA website that was provided by Sunny that will show you libration in real time. They either have run right over it in prior observations, but most of the time, Humboldtitanium is just this kind of smudge that's over here on the far eastern limb. I had never seen it like this. My atlases did not have a lot of information, so I had to go dig up a number of sources in order to identify some landmarks. Another big three that I like, I was playing with the photographic region of interest in fire capture, and I wanted to try to get Tycho, Magnus, and Clavius all in the same shot. Tycho is roughly 85 miles across. Magnus is 120, and Clavius is almost 140 miles across down here. Now, while Humboldtitanium the moon was showing me her left shoulder, she's kind of hiding the south pole because Clavius is a circular crater, but here it looks far more oval. I'm really drawn to the 5 arcing craters here in increasing size and how those came to be. I do have one little touch of Tycho here, decent one with center spur peak, terraced walls, and for movie trivia buffs, this is where the monolith was found in the movie 2001. Hop over to the center of the moon. We've got Mare Viporum in pretty much the central region. The Apennine mountain range of Mare Imbrium is to the left. And I have to be honest, I had a hard time finding information about this area on my lunar map atlas and usual net sources. I ended up stumbling across through Google something called the Chameleon Observatory that gave me quite a bit of information about the area. The seeing was exceptionally good, and I was really attracted to the detail sloping from east to west. I'm sorry, from west to east on these mountains as they come down, and I had never seen Rimmaconon to this point. Rima Hyginus is actually a really interesting area as well. It's almost a seagull-like structure. This is all volcanic. This is the volcanic rill was underneath here, and this collapsed. All of this simply just fell in. This is a large volcanic collapse in the center that sort of forms the pivot. The volcanic pits dot the length of the rill, leaving very little doubt that Rima Hyginus is a volcanic origin. And at one time, it was considered a potential landing site for the Apollo program. Good old Copernicus, like one of the most photographed craters on the moon, the ejecta blanket laying all out here, the terraced walls, and the very fragmented center spur peak makes this a popular visual and photographic target. A favorite to the southwest is Schiller. Researchers found people investigating craters, and when actually Barringer was investigating his crater there in Winslow, Arizona, this was very much a glancing blow, as researchers had found that you can still be as shallow as 30 or 35 degrees, and one will still get a reasonably circular crater from an impact. But this one very clearly is not circular. It is elongated. It's not an optical illusion. I am presuming, though I do not know for sure, that it probably hit on the right and skimmed up to the left. It's only 43 miles across, 109 miles long, and roughly 2.3 miles deep. Coming up on my last two, Merrineck Terrace here is the southeast limb covering half of the neck terrace. I get lost in all of the topology and detail here. Again, is a cool shot of Theophilus with a fractured center spur peak. It's a constant eye catcher for me. And I also really like the Rupus Altai that I'll show here in this picture. This is taken the morning of November 2020, and I get lost in the topology of the Altai in here. This is actually the crater wall of Merrineck Terrace. All this stuff came in after the fact. Do note the white streak that comes in from lower left to upper right. That is a ray extending from Tycho. For the detail and contrast, I can actually consider this particular shot and the one before my Sunday's best. But at the risk of blowing it up, I bring your highlight to the note just above Rupus Altai. I've got parallel Katinas here. It's like the more I look, the more I see them. So it's really, I can get lost in this shot. I get lost just wandering around the moon taking pictures. Rarely is something a single man effort. I have a number of people to thank for my efforts, including Robert Reeves, Jeff Lepp and Sonny Manley, and a few others. And with that, I thank you very much for your time.
Yes, coma corrector is a good term for coffee, that's for sure. Stellar stuff, David. You know, like you said, the moon is not always our enemy. Sometimes it can be a good friend, especially in outreach. Great job.
Absolutely. Not stellar, but lunar. I'm just joking. Yeah. It is stellar lunar stuff. Thanks, David. And I think next up on our list, we've got Joel Brewer again. Joel, you're still with us.
I'm still here.
Excellent.
It's getting late, but still making it.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and get your screen added to the stream here.
Okay.
And there you go.
Let's start this slideshow from current slide. Okay, we're going to look at a few just images now from still using EA techniques. The exposures are going to be longer. I mean, the total exposure will be longer. The subs will be about the same exposure. Well, these will be more for getting a better image than what you would do for a very rapid visualization. So, and of course, we start out with the Horsehead Nebula. This is taken through a 17-inch f/6.7 with a ZWO 6200 camera. 55 subs, 20 seconds each. It's still only 1,100 seconds. So this is some of the equipment that's going to be used. Highlighted is going to be in the yellow. Mainly, we're going to be looking at a Celestron LASA 8-inch telescope with a ZWO 6200 or a ZWO 2600 color camera, and then a 17-inch IDK telescope with a ZWO 6200 color camera. Field of views are here. Again, the LASA Celestron has a much larger field of view. So for things like nebula, large dark nebula areas, this is very suitable. For small galaxies, the 17-inch is going to be better. Moving on, I think we've talked about this in earlier shows. We've got the 17-inch in the black telescope. We've got the Celestron LASA with the camera at the front. And then, of course, the large telescope has the camera coming out the back. It's on an AP mount. It's also sitting on a pier that actually goes up 24 inches. So we can get everything above the walls of the observatory, which also made it nice for the grandkids when we were doing visual. You could bring it down, bring it up so everybody could see. The control room. Again, everything's controlled through a little computer setting right here. All the focusers are electronic, absolute positioning. So first one, this is a LASA image using the 2600 ZWO camera, darks flats. Subs are 324 subs of 20 second each for 6,480 seconds. So this is IC433. Now, what we're going to show next is this area taken through 17 inch, basically at the same time. The scopes are set up so that they basically focus on the same area of the sky. So basically I play simultaneously with both of these images. As they're being acquired, I just flip between them on my computer screens and adjust the colors and let them run. Moving to the next one, this is the Triffid and the Ragoon. Again, this is the LASA, but in this case, we are using an older camera, the ZWO294, which is a 14-bit, where the ZWO2600 is a 16-bit. There are a few other differences, but field of view is only slightly different. Okay, so this is 90 subs, 10 seconds for 900 seconds total. You can see the dark lanes. You can see probably dark nebulas coming out through here. And this is interesting down here in the corner. But it gives you a lot of colors. And no processing's done to these other than what was done at the time it was being acquired. This is through the 17-inch telescope at the same time, using the ZWO 6200. It is 67 subs, 10 seconds each, for 670 seconds. We have coloration in the stars. We're getting good dark lines through the nebula. This is one of my granddaughter's favorites, the Heart Nebula. You can see lots of stars on the right, not so many on the left. Nice heart shape. This is through the LASA again, because this is a big object. 735 subs of 5 seconds each for 3,675 seconds. Switching gears to show a galaxy. This is through the 17-inch scope, the IDK. It's got the ZWO 6200, darks flats, 360 subs of 10 seconds each for 3,600 seconds. You can clearly see dust lanes, probably star formation areas. Nice coloration. I was able to get the background fairly black. This is the Eagle Nebula, again through the 17-inch, 6200 camera, 75 subs, 20 seconds each for 1,500 seconds. Again, not a lot of time, but it gives you a really good view of, I believe that's the pillars of creation in the middle. But comes out fairly well if you play with it long enough. Just playing with the colors, using the slide bars and adjusting as it's acquired. And then having someone who's not red-green colorblind helps also. And one of the final ones is just the Dumbbell Nebula. Again, this is a small object, or smaller object, so it's in the 17-inch. This is 90 subs at 20 seconds at 1,800 seconds. Now, I believe there's one. Nope, there's not one. This I've actually blown up. You can get lots of detail out of it. So lots of coloration in the stars came through. And basically that's just examples of a little better imaging using EA techniques than just used for normal outreach. But it takes a little longer in the exposure ranges, but still it's very quick to get relatively good images. And you don't have to be an expert processor to make it work. So basically that's what I've got for now, and I'll turn it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Joel. Great images, man. You guys definitely down out there.
Yeah, and thank you to the rest of the FBAC group. We really appreciated everything that you guys shared with us tonight. Like I said, in this time of COVID, you guys were able to adapt quickly and still continue to bring astronomy to the masses, and we really appreciate everything that you guys have done. So look forward to seeing you guys out at the George Observatory, and hopefully, if we can't be at the eyepieces, then we'll continue to do EAA as well. So
whatever
thank you.
works.
Exactly.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, David, Jeff, and Sonny. You guys did a great job. Really brought it down and let us know what you guys have been up to. It's great stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you a lot.
All right, folks. Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to hear from Explore Scientific one more time, and then when we get back from that break, we'll announce the top 3 winners of the trivia contest. So hang on for just a moment.
Kent Martz with Explore Scientific. Today we're going to talk about eyepieces. When you're out visual observing, the telescope is half the equation. The other half of the equation are eyepieces. The Explore Scientific family of eyepieces are waterproof, which means they're easy to clean and other atmospheric disturbances do not affect them. The eyepieces come in these decorative Wilterian planisphere boxes, the blue one or the white one. The newest member of the family of Explore Scientific eyepieces is a 52-degree eyepiece. We developed it in response to customer requests. The other members of the family are the 62-degree eyepiece, the 68-degree eyepiece, the 82-degree eyepiece, the 92-degree eyepiece, the 100-degree eyepieces, and the astonishing 120-degree 9mm eyepiece, which immerses you in the night sky. To take a look at our family of eyepieces, or to buy them, go to explorescientific.com and click on the eyepiece tab.
And Will, I think you might be on mute there.
I always it's so when I sneeze or something, I don't kill everyone. But yeah, I have more than one Explorer Scientific eyepiece. So
I was just gonna ask, basically make a statement. I know you have several of those. I've got several of them as well, and they're fantastic eyepieces. I put them up there against just about anything else that's out there. They're fantastic eyepieces. So without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen.
Yeah.
And our winners of the trivia challenge tonight are Joe Abs, first place. Congratulations, Joe. And I hope that's your last name.
Yep.
Because, myself, I'm Joe, no abs. But but Joe, if that wasn't your last name, go ahead and send us a screenshot with the winner logo on the screen itself. That way we can verify it and get you your prize. Second place is Joe Figola. So it's a smorgasbord of Joes as winners tonight, right?
Wow.
Joe Figola wins second place, and Tom Laskowski is our third place winner. So congratulations, everybody there. And let's take a look and see what they actually won here. Bear with me a second. Let me bring this up here.
I think the Courtney Project says she got 35th place.
Oh, well, hey.
Respectable run.
That is.
So
look at this. Joe Abs won a Celestron Power Tank Lithium. That is an awesome gift right there. So congratulations, Joe. Second place winner, Joe Figola, won a $50 Lancian Sky e-gift certificate. So congratulations on that. Lancian Sky our local telescope distributor here in Houston. They're a fantastic place. If you're nearby, give them a visit and check out what they have. But you've got $50 to spend there, and you can spend that online as well if you're not in the Houston area. And Tom Laskowski, our third place winner, wins a t-shirt and hat combo from our good friends over at Infinities. And we always love the designs that the Infinities folks put out. So you'll be getting something really good there. Absolutely.
I look forward to buying something from Dirk from Infinities every Star Party, Okie-Tex, TSP, all the Star Parties that he's at. I always see a shirt I need. So that's the way that goes.
They're absolutely wonderful. Let me pull up the next file. And so you guys remember earlier, we listened to the first half of Larry Mitchell's talk to discuss all that goes into the Advanced Observing Program at TSP. Now we're going to finish off the program with the second half of that show, that discussion, I should say. And so this is a continuation of Larry Mitchell's talk about the Advanced Observing Program.
All right, 2005, we had Halton Chip Arp at TSP. This was his second visit. His first visit was in 1995. This is one of my favorite photographs. Chip is probably he's definitely the most famous person that we've had at the Texas Star Party. He came over from Germany, which is where he is living. And he was very, very easy to get along with. Very, very super nice guy. Everybody just loved talking with Chip. And he was full of history. His first boss was Hubble. So he knew a lot of people that we can only read about. And he knew them personally. He took the finest photographs of interacting galaxies that had ever been taken. His Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies, which totaled 338 objects. He published that in 1966, and it's a classic. And he published those by taking photographs through the Palomar 200-inch Hale telescope, of which he was lead astronomer for 29 years. From there, he went to Germany at Max Planck Institute, and that's where he lived out the rest of his life. He's notorious for his redshift controversy. The redshift, by standard astronomers, use the redshift as a measure of distance. The further out an object is, the more the wavelengths of light are shifted towards the red end of the spectrum. Halton Arp said that's not true, that it has to do with how old the object is. He said these galaxies are throwing out quasars, and this was one of the objects that he used. NGC 4319, Markarian 205, and there's a light bridge. If Markarian 205 is 978 million light years out, and this galaxy is 70 million light years, how can there be a light bridge? He said that it had to be thrown out of this galaxy. And not only that, but it's new material that's formed. And conventional science says all material in the universe was created at once in the Big Bang, and no new material is being formed. Arp says, nope, that's new material. Well, most people don't believe him, and he told me at one point that he didn't expect to be vindicated in his lifetime, but he expected some of his theories to be proven. Timothy Ferris took me off to one side and said he thought that some of us were feeling bad because Chip's ideas were being ridiculed by conventional science. And he says we shouldn't feel that way because his bitterest critics loved him. And as you got to know Chip, you can see why. I mean, a very, very nice man. He and I stayed in touch with each other until about a year before he passed away in 2013. I would send him an inquiry about something, and a couple of days later, I'd get an answer back from him. So he was very, very influential in a lot of people, and he was very controversial, and he relished his controversy. This is ARP 94. ARP 94, and these are two closely interacting galaxies. Of interest is NGC 3226. This is a term some amateurs are not familiar with. This is a Green Valley galaxy. Green Valley galaxies are spectrally between the red end of the spectrum and the ultraviolet end of the spectrum, meaning that star formation is either quenched or is about to happen, but there's really nothing much going on in that galaxy. And so it's between the red and the blue, and they call these green valley galaxies. This is also a liner galaxy, which is semi-active in the center. You can see it is brighter in the middle. A liner is sometimes called Seyfert type 3 galaxies. It stands for low ionization nuclear emission line regions, is what liner stands for. But it's the weakest of the Seyfert type interacting galaxies. 2006, nebulae. This one picture here has most of the type of nebulae in existence. The Flame Nebula is an emission nebula. This is a reflection nebula. This is a dark nebula. And the only thing missing is a planetary nebula. But stars don't form in isolation. They form in nebulous clouds and in dense particles called Bok globules. This is a Bok globule. This is one that I named, the Dragon. It's in M8, the Lagoon Nebula. It's a very dense region of gas and dust that is withstanding the radiation bombardment from NGC 6350. And a star is forming in the center of that. And it is so dense that it can withstand this radiation. So this star might make it. Sometimes it gets blown away and the star just dies before it ever gets formed. But this is called a Bok globule. They come by different names. Some of them are called pre-main sequence stars. In the center is a pre-main sequence stars. Some people call them young stellar objects. Some people call them evaporating gaseous globules. Or if it's in M42, the Orion Nebula, they call protlids. But they're all the same thing, star-forming dense regions that are very cold inside. It has to be cold because if it was heat evaporating, then the star could not condense. Visually, you're looking for something that is a little difficult to people, but if you know how to find these things, they're not bad. This is an 11th magnitude star here. You want to use high power. You want to use a nebula filter. And when you look in your eyepiece field, you're going to see a black background. But that black background has a blacker object in front of it. So you're looking for blacker on black, basically. And when you see that, this is what that's it. You will have seen the Dragon. This is another example of another Bok globule in Cassiopeia. So a lot of people at the 2006 Star Party were able to see this, that found this. But I would encourage you folks, don't just look at M8, the Lagoon Nebula. Look for some of this other stuff. The Hourglass Nebula, Bernard 89, NGC 6350, Bright Open Cluster, Bernard 88. All of these are features that you can see in the Lagoon Nebula. So don't just look at the Lagoon and go on to the next thing. Look at some of the features that are there. This is another one of those objects that you should not pass up, NGC 4449, because it has H2 regions all over the place. It's only 12.5 million light years away. And it's forming stars at a prodigious rate, which cannot last. This image here is very close to what you see in a telescope. You'll see the nucleus, you'll see the superstar cluster, you'll see this massive H2 region. This is a little more difficult. But if you look all around the periphery, now this is a star, but if you look all around the periphery, you'll see little stellarings, little stars, star-like things popping in and out of view. Those are H2 regions. So when you look at NGC 4449, you're actually looking at detail within another galaxy. That's exciting. That's exciting to me, and I think that's exciting to most people. There is 2 tidal tails coming out of it. This is a good image of one. My friend Jimmy Lowry, Steve Gottlieb, and Howard Banish have seen this in Jimmy's 48-inch telescope. So this is visible. 2007, ABCs of Galaxies. We had Andrew Murrell up from Australia, who's an excellent visual observer in Australia. He's still doing astronomy now. He's also a professional photographer. And what I tried to do was come up with every letter in the alphabet with a name or type of galaxy or galaxy object. And I didn't get every letter, but I got most of them. This is the letter N, NGC 3190. This is an easy cluster to see in a low power eyepiece field. You can see 3190. You can see the dark lane, which kind of bisects, cuts off real sharply. These two are interacting. This one is in the background. They don't know about this one because it's not warped, but these are easily seen. They're in the neck of Leo the lion. Hoag's object was the letter H. Coddington's nebula was the letter C. We call this a nebula because it was discovered in 1898. In 1898, the concept of galaxies was unheard of. So everything that was nebulous, that was extended, that was faint and fuzzy, they called a nebula. For some of the galaxies, they called them white nebula. But nevertheless, this is called Coddington's nebula because of when it was discovered. The local group was in 2008. And the local group, they don't know how many objects are in the local group, but at least 80 main galaxies, they think, in 2 different groups centered around the Milky Way and Andromeda. In 2007, they found some really faint galaxies that were too faint to be dwarf galaxies, but too bright, too condensed to be globular clusters, and they called them Hobbit galaxies, which are dark matter dominated, basically. The object that we have for the observing list is Sextans A. It is a dwarf irregular galaxy. It's probably the best example of a dwarf irregular galaxy. And unlike most dwarf irregulars, this one has a lot of star formation. Unfortunately, it also has a 7th magnitude star right in the middle of it. But it has a low metallicity, which most dwarf galaxies have. But it has a dense star forming region here. There's one here, and there's one here. This one here, these stars are only 20 million years old. These stars started forming about 200 million years ago, and these started about 400 million years ago. Even though that star is in the middle of it, it's fairly obvious and fairly easily seen. All right. For galaxy clusters, 2009, we had the Coma cluster and the Hercules cluster, both of which are on this year's list. The Coma cluster is over 1,000 galaxies, and unfortunately, you have an 8th magnitude star here. If you get that 8th magnitude star out of the field, everything you see in the field will be a galaxy, which is quite exciting. This is an older, well-formed galaxy cluster, so most of the galaxies are elliptical galaxies. They used to be spirals, but they merged, they formed ellipticals, and when we see something like this, we can tell this is a well-formed galaxy cluster. Of interest, the Hubble Space Telescope found over 22,000 loose globular clusters that are not part of any galaxy. They're just free-floating globular clusters that are inside the Coma galaxy cluster. So I would please take a look at this. You won't be sorry. My favorite galaxy cluster is Abell 2151, however, the Hercules cluster. This is about 500 million light years away. But these galaxies are predominantly, over half of them are spiral galaxies, which is very unusual. Even more unusual, those spiral galaxies have a high surface brightness, so they're easily seen. And this is a chain of them that go up this way. And you can see them with modest-sized telescope, probably 10 or 12-inch telescope would show you some of these spiral galaxies, half a billion light years away. And again, the fact that they're spiral galaxies tells us that it's undeveloped. It hasn't congealed into a condensed structure yet. We in Houston tend to, if we want to check the night sky, we look at this what we call the hook and the heart. This is NGC 6045 and 6045A. These two galaxies appear to be related, but there's a difference of 29 million light years between them. The heart galaxies, this is NGC 6050 and IC something, I forget, but they're separated by 65 million light years. So if you can see these well, you've got a good sky. You've got a very, very good sky that night. In 2009, I had them look at Abell 2218. This is a very distant galaxy cluster. It doesn't look distant because this was taken with the Hubble Space Telescope. But I showed you earlier the double quasar. Well, here we have galaxies that are arced in the background. The orange arcs are galaxies that are 8.2 billion light years out. The blue arcs are 19.3 billion light years out. Of interest is this galaxy right here, which is almost 29 billion light years out. And of course, these are co-moving radial distances that I'm using. Actual distances, not look-back time distances. But these arcs you won't see. And the galaxy cluster is just a very faint object. This is the Hubble Extreme Deep Field. This is the deepest image of the universe ever taken. They pointed the Hubble Space Telescope at this point in Fornax, and they left it there for 23 days. It's a 23-day exposure. They got within 4.5 million years after the Big Bang. And we know the Big Bang is a valid scientific theory because these very small galaxies, you can't really tell at this scale, because even though I did center on the center of this deep field, but all the small galaxies are all messed up. They haven't had time to form. You won't see any nice spiral galaxy structures in here because this is shortly after the universe came into existence and they haven't had time to form yet. So in this particular case, the look back time is 13.4 billion light years out of a 13.8 billion year universe. The distance of these objects, the most distant objects, is 32.8 billion light years. So that's getting out there. All right, in 2010, we looked at flat and super thin galaxies. This is something that I'd never heard of before. Most amateurs, many professionals had never heard of super thin galaxies. This was brought to our attention by Jim and Anna Chandler in West Texas. And these things are a blast to look at. You can have it right in the center of your field and you don't see it, and all of a sudden, boom, there it is. It was there all along. It looks like somebody laid a hair across the center of your eyepiece field. And when you see them, it's pretty spectacular, and it's something that a lot of people have not ever seen before. If you took one on and looked at it, these of course are all edge-on galaxies. If you took one and you looked at it face on, it would look very much like NGC 5204. Completely no structure, nothing is formed or anything. One thing that they did find that was somewhat earth-shattering, there was a theory before they started studying these things, and there's a bunch of them out there. There's actually a flat galaxy catalog, which has almost 4,500 galaxies, which have an AB ratio, a length to width ratio greater than 7. And they studied these, and they found that in the center of many of these is a supermassive black hole. Until they started studying this, the theory was that 0.2% of the bulge in the center of a spiral galaxy, that 0.2% is the mass of the black hole in the center. They've discarded that theory because many of these super thin galaxies that have no bulge have massive black holes that are throwing out material. Most of these edge-on galaxies are like our friend here that most of us have seen, NGC 4565, with a central bulge, and they have what we call a box or peanut-shaped center. And if I blow this up, you can see it's depressed in the middle, kind of hourglass. It looks like a peanut. And about half of the bulges in galaxies have that peanut-shaped center. The classic standard super thin galaxy is this one, which I can't read it. Let me back up. It is UGC 7321. And it's a classic example. It's an underdeveloped galaxy. It has a scale height of only 450 light years. The thickness of our Milky Way galaxy is 12 to 1300 light years. So it's very thin. There's no central bulge. It's very isolated. And all of these super thin galaxies have little or no stellar development for whatever reason. They're not real sure why that is, but they have very little development. They're old galaxies, but nothing much has happened in them, and all of them are dark matter dominating. In this particular case, the mass to light ratio is 12. The question came up, do we live in a super thin galaxy? Well, it looks like we do. I mean, that looks very thin, but here in the center of our Milky Way is our galaxy bulge. So the answer to that is no, we do not live in a super thin galaxy. All right, 2011, proximities, friends of friends. I tried to pick objects that are close to galaxies that we typically look at, but we look at the galaxy and we ignore what's around it. Like M81, very few people look at Holmberg 9, which is parked right next to it. It's easily found. If you take these two stars as a finder and you take a right angle using these as a distance factor, and you go back the same way towards the galaxy, boom, there's Holmberg 9, parked right next to M81, and hardly anybody ever looks at it. IC 4278, right next to M51, hardly anybody ever looks at it. They don't know it's there. M13, IC 4617. This is a Seyfert Type 2 barred galaxy that is easily found. It's only 12 arc minutes north of Messier 13. If you don't see the galaxy, at least you get to look at the finest, one of the finest globular clusters in the night sky. But this galaxy is a Seyfert Type 2 barred galaxy, and it's 55 million light years away. Contrast that with M13, which is 22,000 light years away. To find it, look for this bent rectangular, bent parallelogram type of stars. These are 13th magnitude stars, so they're easily found. Once you find these, then there's your target. All right, 2012. Anything Abell. On the list, we had Abell 37, which is a rare planetary nebula that's in the constellation of Virgo. There's only 4 planetaries in Virgo. This one is very bright. A nebula filter is required. With this one, you don't see anything until you put a filter on it, and then bam, there it is. Very obvious. In 2012, we did something that I was very pleased with, and those of us that saw it was very pleased. I've been talking about gravitational arcs and things that get magnified by foreground galaxies. Well, Abell 2152 has the closest gravitational arc, which is right here, of any of the arcs, and we were able to see it. To my knowledge, no one had ever seen a gravitational arc before. And we were able to see the arc, which is almost 2 billion light years away. It's being magnified by this foreground galaxy, which is 612 million light years away. And we could see it. We can see it in a 36-inch telescope without too much difficulty. And this is what it looks like up close. And you can see it is an arc. Some other people saw it on the field, and that's one of those rare things that you get to see that most people have never seen before. All right, illusions, 2013. Anything that doesn't appear quite right. When we look in the night sky, everything is an illusion. The brighter stars are not necessarily the closer stars. They just may be more massive stars. Our closest star, Proxima Centauri, only 4 light years away, is actually invisible to the naked eye. It's an 11th magnitude star. So everything up there is an illusion, and this is a classic illusion here, because you've got 2 galaxies, NGC 6314A, which is a face-on spiral superimposed over 3314B in the background, and they're separated by a distance of 85 million light years. And the advantage of superimposition like this is you can see dust, you can see material all the way down to the core of the galaxy. So that's the value of these things. That year, I wanted to put something in on our Saturday night speakers. We had Zoltan Levy, who gets to play with the Hubble Space Telescope images, talking to us that year. He has a wonderful job that most of us would give a right arm for. But the Saturday night giveaways, the Friday and Saturday night giveaways were by these two, Bob Summerfield and Mike Planchon. And they were hilarious. They could make big money if they went to Las Vegas because they kept people in stitches. I mean, there was really a lot of fun. It was just a comedy show. And we don't do that anymore. But while it was going, it was a lot of fun. And here's Amelia between the two of them wondering, like, what's going on? Are these interacting or are these not interacting? You can't just look at them and tell. You can't tell the illusion. These galaxies here, NGC 5679b, this appears to be in the foreground. But the redshift theory says it's 397 million light years, even though its spiral arm appears to be in front of this foreground galaxy. Illusion, or is the redshift wrong? We don't know. Here's a couple of galaxies here, UGC 5904 at 301 light years. It's a background galaxy according to the redshift theory. It's a foreground galaxy according to the redshift theory. But this galaxy, this MCG galaxy, which obviously appears superimposed on it, is 30 million light years further away. So that doesn't make sense. And the same thing here. These two galaxies, this one, the spiral arms are in front of this foreground galaxy. So all of these are illusions, or the redshift theory is wrong in this particular case, but this is what we did this particular year. 2014, I tried to use anything that visual or photographed red. Sharpless galaxies, this is Cygnus, this is our Milky Way, and all of these are H2 regions all along the Cygnus Milky Way. T Lyra is a very bright carbon star in the constellation of Lyra. It goes by the name of the jewel in the heart. Its distance is 2,000 light years. And some of these stars, when they puff up, they go to the red giant phase or the asymptotic giant phase. They get so cool on the outside that the carbon goes back to molecular form, soot. And the light shining through that soot is red. And it causes the stars to appear like T Lyra here, and there's a bunch of them. And when the star swells up real big, it gets orange or yellow. And when it shrinks back down, because all of these stars are pulsating, when it shrinks back down, some of them become blood red. I mean, literally look like a drop of blood on the sky. The NGC 6781 is a classic, beautiful planetary nebula. Here again, this is a pole-on view. We're looking at the Taurus. We're looking down the polar region through the planetary, and it's slightly tilted, 23 degrees from pole on. So the northern side here appears washed out. The reason it's washed out is we're seeing the Taurus, or we're seeing the lobe on the other side due to the downward tilt. We're seeing a little bit of the lobe on the other side, and it's causing this side to be washed out. And you can see that in the telescope view. This is a beautiful, beautiful planetary. It's in Aquila, and everyone doing the list should take a look at this one. All right, I'm really running out of time, but my favorite part of the presentation is this part here. In 2015, I decided to look at Markarian galaxies, and I had no idea what I was getting myself into because Benjamin Markarian worked out of the Bayurikhan Observatory in Armenia. This is an issue that most amateurs know little or nothing about. Armenia is a landlocked country east of Turkey, and they do a tremendous amount of science over there. It's just frigging unbelievable, the work that's coming out of that observatory. But this is the cover page for that year's talk. This is the Markarian chain. A lot of amateurs know it's called Markarian chain, but they don't necessarily know why. Markarian in 1961 decided to take a look at this, and he wondered, well, maybe these galaxies are affiliated with each other. Maybe they're gravitationally attached. These two bright galaxies here are M84 and M86, but the rest of them they didn't know about. Well, he not only found out they were gravitationally attached, they were bound together, but he discovered the center of the Virgo galaxy cluster in doing so, and made himself famous. But he's not known for that in astronomical terms. His boss, a man by the name of Victor Ambartsumian, who people in Armenia and people in Russia look at Ambartsumian almost with godlike reverence. Unfortunately, he did his work during the Cold War. Had we not had a Cold War with Russia, Ambartsumian, I believe, would be right up there with Albert Einstein. The man was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He had a theory back in the 30s that things in the universe were expanding. When he was in his 20s, he discovered the planetary nebula were expanding. When everybody else said, no, things were gravitationally collapsing. Ambartsumian got Markarian to start hunting up objects with what they call ultraviolet excess that are active in the center, in the core. And Markarian went out and discovered 3,500 of them, 3,563 of them. And that is what Markarian is known for. He did this in 2 different surveys. And since then, over 2,500 professional papers have been written on Markarian galaxies. They're active, they're throwing out material, and it's just incredible the work level that Markarian did with these. He started out, all of these Markarian galaxies are active. They have active cores, active nuclei. And way back in 1908, Vesto Slipher knew there was something different about some galaxies. Back in 1943, Carl Seifert, who worked out of McDonnell Observatory in West Texas, cataloged a bunch of galaxies that had some kind of activity in the center, but they didn't really know what that activity was. But when you put a spectrum on them, the certain lines were shifted, which indicated a high level of excitation. And here is a couple of them. And when you see that type of activity in the core, we know something is going on. Seifert didn't know exactly what or why, but Markarian's survey defined what happened in the cores of these galaxies. And they rated these Seifert galaxies. A Seifert galaxy 1 is the most active, 1.5 is less active, 1.9 is even less, a 2 is even less. Seifert type 3 are the liners, the low ionization nuclear emission line region galaxies that I was talking about. So Markarian's survey somewhat defined what is going on with these spectral lines. But and this is some of the galaxies that I've got on this year's list, which I won't go into for time. But you guys should look at this one, 3690 and IC 694. You should see this ionization region in between them. At first glance, you might see this as one object, but it's really 2 if you take the time and patience to study it. And you can see this H2 region in the center here. These Markarian objects, out of the 3,500, 1,863 are galaxies, 1,700 are stars. Many of these are quasars. And 761 are AGNs. When we see AGNs, it's a loose definition, but typically these are, they have a very active core, a very, very, very dense core. The other galaxies are due to star formation, active H2 region and stuff like that. And when you see AGNs, you typically, it's in coincidence with black holes, basically, supermassive black holes. Markarian 421 is one of the more active ones. This blazer from this object is pointed directly at Earth. So we're seeing a tremendous amount of energy. Its magnitude is averages about 12.8, yet it is it's extremely distant. It's 520 million light years away. Here is Victor Ambartsumian, and I could go on and on about this guy. He was a founder of theoretical astrophysics in the Soviet Union. He founded the Buryakhan Observatory. He was lecturing at Yerevan Observatory when he was 16. He discovered planetaries were expanding in his 20s. The man was incredible. He instructed Markarian to find the Markarian galaxies. He instructed Rommel Shakbazian to find galaxy clusters. And in 1958, he made an announcement that stunned the astronomical world. I like to thank Dr. Eric Michaelian. I initially contacted Dr. Petrosian, who put me in touch with Dr. Michaelian, and Eric Michaelian has been very helpful. He is, I think, Ambartsumian's protege. He seems to run things over there. He has his hands in everything. He's published 300 articles. I get emails from him from Rome, from Los Angeles, from New York, from all over the world. He's in high demand, and he's been very helpful with me. He's also in charge of the Ambartsumian Gold Medal Prize, which is awarded every 2 years, which is $500,000 for someone contributing to astronomy. Ambartsumian based his theory of active nuclei on this. Ambartsumian's not. He found that this was being expelled from this galaxy, which is being tore up by this elliptical galaxy, and is throwing this material out. This plume of material is 325,000 light years, and if you remember, our nearest star is 4 light years. So this is tremendous energy. And Ambartsumian noted that this was ejected. This was a new galaxy that formed out of this material. He was initially not believed. The powers that be at the time was Fritz Zwicky, Jan Oort, and Chandrasekhar. None of them believed him. They thought that galaxies are so much power that nothing can escape. You have millions and billions of stars or gravity fields that are holding everything in, so how can something be ejected? After in 1963, when they found 3C273 and they found out something was ejected from it, they all went back and congratulated him on this discovery, and some of them apologized to him for not believing it. And basically what he found was that around the black hole is an accretion disk, which is moving very rapidly. This is the source of the broad emission lines. Further out from the jet is low velocity clouds. This is the narrow emission lines. So your Seyfert 1 galaxies, if you can see this, if you can see into the center, you got a Seyfert 1. If you're at the side where you can't see that, you get a Seyfert 2. If you're at the very side, you see a Seyfert 3. If that jet is pointing straight at you, you get a blazer or a BL Lacerda type object. All of this came from this man, Victor Ambartsumian. And that changed the way we look at galaxies forevermore. It's a shame to just gloss over this page because there's a tremendous amount of science here. But Murat Arachilian went out and found out that is there an affiliation between high surface brightness galaxies and active galactic nuclei, and he found out the answer was yes. He discovered 621 of these objects. Misha Makarian found 706 more that they added to the database that was unknown. Rommel Shakbazian went out and discovered 377 compact galaxy groups, which was much further than the Higgson groups. These are on the order of billions of light years away. And then Elma Parsamian she did a catalog of cometary nebula, and she's still at it. And as a matter of fact, last night I read an article that she had been interviewed with, and she said that thanks to Victor Ambartsumian, that's why she got into astronomy and why she was still into it. So this is a tremendous amount of work that I'm showing in one slide, unfortunately. These are some of the many things that have come out of this one small observatory. The biggest telescope's a 102-inch telescope, by the way. But as a final thought, and this is me saying this, the Buyuricon Observatory may be the most prolific observatory for discoveries related to astronomy and theoretical astrophysics of any observatory anywhere in the world. I believe that is true. I ran that across Dr. McCallion, and his response was, "Larry, I can't really agree to that. I'm too modest to say that is true. So let me just agree not to disagree with you." This place is amazing. The amount of science coming out of here is incredible. They do a science camp for kids every summer, and they have hundreds and hundreds of kids come over to learn about the night sky. And this is a place most people know nothing about. So I'm trying to promote Buyuricon Observatory in Armenia, because I really believe these people are on the right track. All right, 2017 open clusters and asterisms. We had Don Pettit as an astronaut describing living on a space station. We had Pranvera Hasini, or Pran, that we know her as. She's the little girlfriend of most of us guys. She's a very sweet young lady, very impressive young lady. She's from Kosovo in Sarajevo, and she decided as a teenager she was going to throw a star party for Kosovo. She got together some telescopes, none larger than 8-inch, and the day of the star party, 10,000 people showed up. It was amazing. Since then, she's been traveling the world. She just got back from Australia. She's promoting astronomy, and she's getting to do a lot of really neat things. And she's getting ready to go to the University of Arizona, I believe. But an incredible young lady, and it'll be very interesting to see where she ends up, what she ends up doing. This is Messier 16, the Pillars of Creation, which you can see. I had this on the 2017 list. This tower here, these are all, you could call them block globules. Stars are forming in here, but this tower is 4 light years tall, the distance between us and our nearest star. If you look at this, well, these clouds are blocking what's behind there. It's blocking the stars. If you look at this in infrared light, like this, you can see all of the stars that you cannot see that were blocked in visual light. But the other thing about this is like the dragon that I showed you a minute ago. You can see this if you are looking, if you know you get this in the field, and what you're looking for is a black background, but a blacker background in front of it. And you'll see that L-shaped black feature in front of a black background. Use a filter. And you should be able to see that without too much difficulty. But like a lot of these dark nebula, patience and time. You need to spend the necessary time to be able to see this. But the Hubble Space Telescope people call it the Pillars of Creation. Robert Burnham called it a Star Queen. It's the same thing, but it's in M16, what we call the Eagle Nebula. So the open clusters that I've got on this year's list, NGC 6645, which has a very definite ring feature in the center, which is probably blown out by a supernova explosion. Berkeley 82, IC 4996. These are all easy open clusters. Nobody should have any difficulty observing any of these objects. Asterisms are stars, groupings of stars that appear to be gravitationally bound, but they're not. They're at different distances. They have nothing to do with one another. And the most common asterism that we see in the night sky is the Big Dipper. because most of those stars have nothing to do with each other. So it's an asterism. And the object that I've got on this year's list is an object called the toadstool, which was discovered by this lady here, Sue French, who for years has been a Sky and Telescope contributing editor. She goes to Stellafane every year, and she and I usually have our telescopes set up right next to each other, and she's a lot of fun to observe with. A for asterism is a asterism that was discovered by Houston's Bram Weissman at the Texas Star Party some years ago, and he was looking for something else, and he just stumbled across this and he says, wow, that looks like the letter A. And now it's my understanding that is an official asterism that Bram found. This is something you can find as well. There's asterisms all over the sky. The only thing that's limiting people is their imagination, because this stuff is everywhere. The last group I'm talk about is Edward Emerson Bernard. He's another hero of mine. We did this back in 2018. This is him with the 36-inch telescope at Lick Observatory in California. He started out working when he was 8 years old as a photographer's assistant, so he knew a lot about photography, and he took some of the best photographs anyone had ever taken. He also had some of the best eyesight anybody had ever taken. That year, we had Richard Berry as a guest speaker, and Richard's been there several times. I think this was his third or fourth time to TSP. But Barnard was interested in mainly two things. What are these dark nebula, and what are comets? Because both of them were complete mystery to people around 1880s to 1910, 1920s. And Barnard went a long way towards explaining what both of these were. As far as comets go, comets would get a mysterious thing. Sometimes their tail would just completely fall off, and they didn't understand why. Well, Barnard eventually figured out this tail disconnect had to do with the sun, with the sun sending out radiation. And he noticed that disconnect features happen more when there was a lot of sunspots, when the sun was active. And as it turned out, he was exactly correct. That is what caused these tail disconnect figures. Barnard also took the first photograph of the Milky Way. Astronomers before that had known that the Milky Way was formed of millions of stars, but they had no idea how many. He took this photograph in 1889, and it caused a sensation. Stars everywhere. No one had ever seen this before. So that was quite phenomenal. Barnard also discovered Amalthea, the fifth moon of Jupiter, which made him famous. He discovered Barnard's star, which is the most rapidly moving star, the second closest star to us. He had incredible eyesight, and he observed every single night that he could when the moon was not up. This year's observing objects are Barnard 90, which requires high magnification to see it. It's in a rich stellar background in Sagittarius, so it somewhat stands out. I have these clouds here because Barnard, before he figured out what they were, they thought these were holes in the universe. That's what Herschel said they were. Barnard revered Herschel. And so it was thought that these were holes in the universe, but it just didn't quite seem right. And when Barnard saw a sky like this, where he saw the clouds that were backlighted by the moon, he realized these were clouds that were in the foreground of these stars that were not illuminated, not irradiated by anything else, and were blacking out the light in the background. And in that, he was absolutely correct. And the last item I've got is NGC 6818, which is a very bright planetary nebula. You can see color in it, green, blue, blue-green, depending on your particular eyesight. It's located only 40 arc minutes northwest of Barnard's galaxy, NGC 6822, which Barnard also discovered. And it's a very bright, easily seen planetary nebula. Next year, we're going to take a look at John Lewis Emil Dreyer's index catalog. Most people are familiar with the NGC do general catalog. Most people are not so familiar with the index catalog, which is an addition to the NGC. So next year, index catalog objects. So that'll be the subject then. So as a final thought, I just want to say that somebody's always doing what somebody else said couldn't be done. Don't let anybody tell you you cannot see something through a telescope in the night sky until you've actually tried. So many people think they can't see something, that it's some exotic name, or it's supposedly an infrared object, so I can't see it with my visual eyesight. I've seen plenty of infrared objects. So if it's up there and you are into visual astronomy, take a look. Don't let anybody or anything dissuade you from trying to see anything in the universe through a telescope. So here's my email address. I'm sorry this took so long, but it's hard to cover the entire universe in an hour. But those of you doing the advanced observing list, I want to wish you good luck. And for the rest of you that are still here, I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Epic stuff, man. Epic stuff. Larry is a legend at Texas Star Party. Even if you're not a part of that whole family, you may or may not know who Larry Mitchell is. And if you don't, you do now. Larry, like Joe said earlier, is the guy who does the advanced observing list at Texas Star Party. That's what that whole talk was about. And if you want this year's list, you can get it right here where Joe is pointing to at the Texas Star Party website, texasstarparty.org. Couldn't be simpler than that, right? I mean, that's what we're doing here, Texas Star Party. And you can go down to activities, and I believe it's under the observing lists.
Observing programs, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And it's right on there.
And then TSP Advanced Observing Program there. So click on that. You've got all the details about the TSP 2021 program. I believe that's running through the 13th, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, dawn. So started June 5th, runs to dawn June 13th, and you still have some time. So it's a wonderful program. And I think Larry capped it off perfectly, right? You know, nothing is impossible. Get out there and observe. And even though it's the advanced observing list, and I remember my first time out to the Texas Star Party, I just thought, you know what? I don't know if I can even try it. Big mistake on my part. You know, one of these things that, you know, because Larry puts so much time, effort, research into this program that, and there's a theme, right? You learn so much. And these things, like I said, that are, that to you before may have seemed obscure, all of a sudden take a significant presence in terms of where you perceive things from an astronomical perspective. So absolutely love it. Yeah.
And his stuff, I mean, it's a book when you get it. It's a printout, and it's usually 8 by 11 that thick of the write-ups of all the objects and stuff. So it is definitely something you have to put some time and effort into, but it's rewarding. And like I said, every year when it's Larry's talk, there's a lot of info he packs into this incredible. I don't even know how he does it. It's like
I don't either.
Clown car of talks. Stuff keeps coming out of it, man. And I'm telling y'all, if you go watch these talks over and over again, you will pick up more and more and more and more. So thank you so much, Larry Mitchell. Awesome stuff as always. And I can't wait to be back on the upper field with Larry, hanging out, sharing photons and loud laughs at night, yelling at each other across the field. Come look at this. So it's gonna be awesome, man.
Absolutely. And thanks to our good friends over at the Fort Bend Astronomy Club too. They did a fantastic job of showing us how they go about doing outreach now with EAA and astrophotography. And look, you know, we're really sorry the skies didn't cooperate with us and couldn't do a live star party tonight, but we did the next best thing, which is show how that's done and show some of the images, actually go through a live replay of how those images are required and how you get these wonderful astronomical objects on the screen there. So it was absolutely fantastic. I'm using absolutely a lot because it really is, right?
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah. And that brings us to the end of today's program. Will, who do we have on schedule for tomorrow?
Well, we've got a bunch of stuff for tomorrow. We have Stephen J. O'Meara, I believe. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah. So we've got
get this right. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the, if not the best visual observer of our day. I mean,
Yeah.
Steven's eyesight is legendary. The guy is incredible, and he's going to talk to us about doing astronomy down in Botswana.
Africa.
Yeah, which is incredible. And Sky and Telescope actually has a tour going to Botswana for one of their astro tours that are coming up. So should be a great talk. And we also have our good friend Dr. Carl Gebhardt from the University of Texas McDonald Observatory, who is going to be talking to us about some of the dark energy experiments that they're doing there with the Hobby Eberly telescope. So another fun-filled informational night coming up tomorrow. And we're going to have Astro Trivia as well, and prize giveaways. So
prize giveaways, T-shirts, all that, right?
All that good stuff. And if you don't win one of these, you can always order them online. So we'll start tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. We'll be on all the channels that we're on tonight. So if you watched us at either Explore Scientific, Sky and Telescope, Houston Astronomical Society, Deep Sky Dude, tune in again there tomorrow. We'll be on with all of that great information and those great guests. So Will, any parting words?
Hopefully the weather clears up for us a little better as the summer goes on and we get to see some cool sights. My challenge to everyone is get out there and observe when you can. Take advantage of the clear skies when you can. And I can't wait to see all of y'all here tomorrow night, 6:30 Central. And we're going to do round 2. Awesome speakers coming up, y'all. It's going to be great.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it, Will. So to everybody who's still with us, really appreciate you, all of the viewers, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, guys.